believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which would propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. Person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to America's Third Party. Hello. Yes. Starting up Technology Thursday. I'm David Sponheim. Welcome to the show, everyone. We are here to talk about science, the potential for greater knowledge, and the advance of AI and the potential dangers it poses. We've got enough gadgets in this world. We don't need any more gadgets. We certainly don't need any more ways to spend our money recklessly. Holding on to our computers seems to be the going trend. People are still running their desktops, their laptops. Keeping them running is the key. The American people know how to live sustainably, but we have leaders that are spending money recklessly and borrowing money, and our corporations are outsourcing labor and not leading to new growth in this country. They are forcing us to be mindless consumers, yet we aren't producing, which is a bad scenario for the future. We got some news for you today. The bomb threats that were emailed to multiple locations across the country don't look real. New York PD says emailed bomb threats are not credible. Lancaster County DA talks about the bomb threats, a lot of bomb threats. Apparently anybody can send bomb threats through email and tie up the news. So the question is, what is this news item keeping us from looking at? Is it Donald Trump's pretty much admission that he paid off Stormy Daniels without saying that? All he says is that his lawyer gave him bad advice. Michael Cohen gave him bad advice. He had no idea these were illegal acts during an election to silence people, so that none of us would find out that he's an adulterer. All right, let's get past that. That's not enough to impeach him. Mueller is going to have to work on some serious charges to get anything going for the Democrats to get any traction in an impeachment process. And we certainly hope the Democrats don't think that they were elected to the House for any other reason than impeachment, because if they think for 1 second that this country supports gross, ridiculous ideas of LGBTQ bathrooms, or ridiculous, unbelievable spending plans that House Democrats have, or that Pelosi has a chance in hell of actually fixing this country, then these Democrats are out to lunch. Okay. Matthew Perry, unrecognizable in public. People don't know what to think. What's happening? Yes. He's unrecognizable. Okay, I recognize him. I don't know what the big deal is. Hey, and we've got a link to dumpster diving today. Somebody dumpster dove their entire Thanksgiving dinner, and we're going to be playing that tonight for you. Isn't that exciting? Let's do a little taste sampling of the dumpster dive feast that she put together. Let's take a look.
It's Ellison from Carpadium, and today I'm going to be showing you my dumpster dive Thanksgiving. 99% of this is from the dump. There's already a pie in my regular glass pie pan, so I'm using this.
Nice.
And the seams over here, a ton of pomegranates, so it's really good.
You know, so many young people are learning the benefit. You can't. Let's play it again.
I threw in a chunk of dumpster dived margarine, but vegan cheese, so they actually had a coupon for it. It was just one that I printed off online, so if I can find that, I will give it to you, but you can get one free product worth up to $6. So I made, and then there's the pomegranate relish, and there's the sweet potato pie.
Oh man, look at this amazing dinner she made. She dove dumpster diving, yeah. Isn't she something? That's what I love to see. Is she's not. She's just learning how to save money so she doesn't live in credit hell like you do. And like your entire generation of people did. And obviously some people aren't having a good time even if they're rich and successful. They've got problems. Yes. Okay, so the bomb threats took our mind off of maybe Donald Trump's guilt. But again, it's not enough to prosecute him or to impeach him. There's even questions Donald Trump is raising them, justifiably so, about whether paying somebody off to silence them is indeed a misuse of federal election funds. Well, we certainly take on tough issues today. Let's take this phone call, for instance. Go ahead. What's your question? I don't know anybody named Mike, like with that strange last name. Yeah. Well, nice try, though. Don't do the margarine thing. That's the last thing you want to eat. Margarine is made out of turpentine and cottonseed. It's not good, folks. It's not good for your heart. It's not good for your soul. It's not good for rock and roll. Margarine sucks.
Here we go again. Here we go again.
Been there, done that. There's nothing new to it. I felt this rush before. And as we have reached it, the peak of everything will fall in like rocks when you decided to. Been there, done that. There's nothing new to it. I felt this rush before. And as we have reached it, the peak of everything will fall in like rocks when you decided to. Been there, done that. There's nothing new to it. I felt this rush before. Woo, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Nope, that's my song. I made that. It's all my creation. I had no problem with my songs, but all of his songs are very good. Every one of his songs I consider very good songs. Just that some people like him so much, they copy what he did, and they claim that it's his. So he's got an amazingly original mind, and other people are plagiarizing and then contacting YouTube claiming it's their song. It's ridiculous. I feel bad for everybody involved. And I know Scissor Fight has been such a great producer of music that we would love to play more of his songs. But I play them in the beginning and in the end of our show and the after show too. They really help mix up the evening for a lot of you insomniacs who stay in from 10 to 2 in the morning with me chatting. Thank you, by the way. You think I'm in between Rick Astley and Reverend Tilton? I'm somewhere in between. There is a Melania double. We have proof. And bingo, you got a link too? Okay. I'm bringing in the links here. Bringing in the links. Bringing in the links. We will go rejoicing. Bringing in the links. So I'm working my pipes here. Melania debuts a new look, and the internet has some thoughts. You look a little different. Newly dyed blonde hair, her brightest shade yet, as seen in the interview, where she met the U.S. Naturally, the internet has had lots of opinions about her hair. Yeah, I think that's really Melania. I don't think that's a question of being a fake. Do you? You think that's a pretty good fake if it was. Next, and then Virgin Galactic rocket ship reaches space in test flight. Now remember, this was supposed to go into the air about 3 years ago. But the Virgin Galactic rocket ship reaches space in test flight again. They're doing it again. I'm sorry, the video will not play. But above the Mojave, Virgin Galactic's tourism spaceship climbed more than 50 miles high above the California Mojave Desert on Thursday, reaching for the first time what the company considers the boundary of space, the final frontier. Richard Branson must be ecstatic. He can't wait to jump into that highly dangerous plane with his family. She looks like a man. So you think this is a dude pretending to be a woman who looks like Melania? No, I think that's Melania, dude. Yeah, I really do. That's classic Melania. Yeah, that's definitely her. Okay, Tool of Terror. Oh, wow, I heard about this story the other day. Killer opioid, the fentanyl, could be used as a weapon of mass destruction. Some brave, I think it was a Border Patrol agent, discovered a massive container of fentanyl that could kill 25 million people if distributed in the water supply or wherever. It's so powerful that a few milligrams can be fatal. It would take about 40 pounds to kill everyone in New York City. 40 pounds of fentanyl could be a deadly toxic. Yeah, it's like the whole world is once we open the door on such toxic opioids, it really created a problem. We need to outlaw fentanyl. We do. Richard Branson privately talked about his... first of all, it's not Melania. Okay. No, that's not Melania. This is a body double. She's got a few body doubles. You can even tell by her gait that this is not Melania. Melania has completely different body posture. Yeah, that's not her. Similar face, though, you know? Never mind, Gilda Radner. But yeah, good one. Thank you. I'll put that in my library. As you can see, Andrew Jackson is ashamed of what Donald Trump is doing. And so is George Washington, who rarely ever flips people off in his interactive photograph up above. But the rat is dead. Okay. There was a Strasbourg Christmas market gunman neutralized in a shootout with police. We have photos and video, but do we want to see it? Is this going to be violent? George is ticked off. George Washington's interactive hand motion is flipping him off for a reason. French special forces secured an area during a police operation in Strasbourg. French police have killed the main suspect in the deadly Strasbourg Christmas market shooting, Sharif Shekat, following a dramatic helicopter-assisted raid in a shootout in the city center. More than 700 officers and military personnel, as well as 2 helicopters, were engaged in a 48-hour operation to hunt down the 29-year-old suspect. Well, we'll have to verify this for authenticity, or if this is just another false flag coming out of the French false flag factory. Some people think that this entire Yellow Jacket process is Israel in the making. They're trying to create some sort of a problem within France. Yeah, there's many people that think that Israel's behind this. Isn't that weird? What do you think about that, Dr. Meow? You have Jewish ancestry. Do you think they're somehow creating and seeding the Yellow Jacket movement in France? What do you all pronounce it like the but you want to do a little I have no idea what it was spelled fentanyl. So according to Dr. Meow, who knows everything about the Mossad Russian FSB connection, he says absolutely not. So of course he is, yeah, you do work for the FSB. Anyway, so he absolutely denies it. Okay, good to know. At least we have somebody who can talk about it in our room. Well, this has been so much fun so far. I can't believe I'm having this much fun, considering 52 million users for Google Plus have had their personal information taken. Now, I've never put my personal information on Google Plus. I heard Mark was saying he was recruiting people in Africa to dox me. Is this a sign of humor, or is he trying to cover his ass over there? I don't know. I think in this case, comedy is tragedy, and tragedy is comedy over there with him. Okay, 52 million users, you could be one of them, have Google Plus info. Now, the failure of the social network in so many ways was surpassed by its ineptitude, suffering such a fresh data leak, compromising personal information of over 50 million users. The tech giant responded by bringing forward the closure of the underloved Google Plus service by 4 months, shuttering it in April rather than August as it had been planned. You know, closing down the service still doesn't protect people's personal information, you know? This happened twice, I know. They've been hacked twice, Ghost said. And Ghost, you know. You're a very intelligent coder, I must say. Ghost has been working on some amazing...
So I'm working like...
amazing technology on our show. He actually, along with Misanthropy, have developed some scriptings that they're increasing our awareness of all the news by giving us RSS feeds in our chat room. Is that not cool? Thank you. It's going to be good. We'll be able to follow rooms by adding certain rooms, and we're hoping to have just this robust chat assistant, artificial intelligent assistant to help us. Isn't that amazing? We've already got ThoughtBot and ATP Bot, and your work, Ghost, is really exemplary, along with Misanthropy and his efforts. Thank you. The Michelle Obama is a man rumor is my rumor, along with, you know, a famous comedian, Joan Rivers, who openly talked about it. Yeah, I'm convinced that Michelle's a dude and Barack is gay. And if you're a Democrat and you wondered why you were lied to all these years, well, get ready for a lot of wake-up calls. You've been lied to about a lot of things by both parties. That's what we're trying to put to rest, dispel these rumors. I believe it is an established fact from my perspective, but she's never admitted it. We had pictures of Michael, youthful Michael, in our show last night when he was just called Michael LaVaughn Robinson, and we gave you an absolute perfect match on his face. And we had photographs when he was a young man, and, you know, in fact, I'm kind of unable to give it to you immediately unless you want to get it. You want to get it? I can give it to you. Let me give it to you. Michael Obama, the Michelle Obama, Michael Obama story came out when Joan Rivers talked about it, and right after she talked about it, she died a month and a half later. Very suspicious circumstances at the Yorkville Endoscopy Clinic where she was killed, and no one ever performed an autopsy on Joan Rivers, by the way. I'm pro-capital punishment at the federal level, but not at the state level, obviously, because states can decide on their own punishments. But I will start cleaning up our federal jails of people that are on death row. Only people with DNA evidence convicting them will we kill. We won't take anybody who's a third-degree murder, charged with third-degree murder with circumstantial evidence. We would never kill somebody like that. Only solid DNA evidence in the trial had to be presented. I really liked Joan Rivers, and she was known for her lack of sarcasm, yeah. Barack Hussein Obama with his lover, and at that time called Michael LaVaughn Robinson. And that's Michelle, early Michelle. Joan Rivers was an immense personality and truly a great woman, and I have every reason to believe that she was telling the truth. And when she died not in vain, but for a reason. So, You're going to bed already? Okay, take care, my beautiful cat Fluffy. Sleep well. It is. You're violating laws by saying that. I had to kick you because that's a death threat. It's a veiled death threat. You can't do that in a show. Anyway, isn't this amazing? I mean, this is a photo right after Occidental. Michael LaVaughn Robinson was going to OSU, Oregon State University. He was I believe, a running back. The guy that stands behind the quarterback. And he played pretty good football, but he always felt, kind of off in that body of his. So when he made the move from Oregon State to Princeton, he changed his name from Michael to Michelle. His father was a very wealthy, well, I can't even explain what he was because I'd have to go into pretty weird detail to bring that up, but his father was pretty wealthy in Chicago. David, I'm not leaving, but if I don't see you before Christmas, Merry Christmas to you, too. Well, to know, the fact is Mark is joking about things that may very well be true. Mark is trying to hide from something. I know that. I don't know what, but if he's joking about this, it means that he wants to make it look like a joke. I won't go to Tacoma. No. I can't travel. It costs me $75,000 an hour to travel. A team of security agents have to be assembled for me to go anywhere. Okay, I'll look at your link. With all this nonsense going on, House Farm Bill with a buried provision that blocks Yemen vote for this Congress. Okay. Now the House the Senate is trying to stop our support of Saudi Arabia in their efforts to attack Yemen. Mostly due to Jared Kushner, by the way. So Bernie Sanders is out there trying to stop it. I don't have any knowledge of the law of parties in Texas. Sorry. There's a contentious provision buried in the Farm Bill rule that the House just passed. No, it has nothing to do with U.S. farms. A committee released the terms of the Agriculture Improvement Act of 2018, more commonly known as the Farm Bill. Embedded in all the legislative jargon was a provision to end debate on a completely unrelated resolution about U.S. military's involvement in Yemen for this Congress. The background, millions of Yemeni civilians have been going with little or no food because of the war. The violence has forced large numbers of farmers to abandon their crops. The United Nations has said as many as 14 million people in Yemen could be at risk in the coming months as the famine continues to spread. We'll say it one more time for the people in the back. The GOP is using the Farm and Nutrition Bill to block the U.S. from pulling support from a war that's directly causing famine. Well, again, this is the current House. The new House will be arriving shortly, so I have no fear. I'm sure they'll be pulling the plug on any support for Saudi Arabia attacking Yemen. It's kind of a non-issue. But they buried something else in there. Yeah, here we go. Congress just quietly passed a law that could spark a boom for the $1 billion marijuana-linked CBD industry. Really? The U.S. Farm Bill passed on Wednesday legalizes hemp, a plant that's roughly identical to marijuana and is a key source of highly touted wellness ingredient of CBD. Well, great. Despite its hazy legal status, CBD already makes up a roughly $1 billion industry. I use CBD oil. We give it to our cat. It helps with arthritis and Parkinson's. Yeah, I don't see any problem with that. We wouldn't get close at all. The fact is I can't get to Tacoma without a security team. And it would be a little bit weird bringing in 10 guys, armed with concealed weapons into a place where Michelle is at. I just can't see doing it. I'm so sorry. I don't think confronting her is really the way to do this. You won't believe his voice. Really? You're laughing at the ATP bot?
Is this the real life? Is this just fantasy? Caught in a landslide, no escape from reality.
Wow. I'm talking, wow, what this guy's voice is rock solid. I'm not going to believe it. 8 minutes of his voice is coming up tonight. Thank you for that, Scissor Fight. Wow. He's got the wow factor. Doesn't he have the wow factor? I'm just listening to his voice going, wow. Okay, I repeated that 4 times. I think that's enough. Okay, next. Thanks for that link. That'll be fun. I can't wait to see it in its entirety without YouTube monetizing everything. David, do you hire a security team to buy groceries? You're telling me that going to a grocery store at a random time is equivalent to me telegraphing my actions and going to a Tacoma Dome to approach Michelle Obama? I think we're talking about apples and penguins. I'm sorry, I accidentally purged you. Yeah, I can't unkick you, so. What's your position on the position that Trump is taking has put Canada on regarding the Meng situation? Well, Trump didn't even have a briefing on the Meng situation. He didn't even know about the Huawei CFO being set up for extradition. Yeah, when he went out there and he was talking to Xi Jinping, he didn't even know about the Huawei extradition. Yeah, he had no idea. So his current statement on the Huawei extradition is about as relevant as his earlier statement. Okay, in a rebuke to Trump, Senate votes to halt U.S. support for Saudi-led war in Yemen. Names crown princes responsible for the Khashoggi death. Again, I really believe the Senate is out of line here because they are pushing for penalties against Saudi Arabia when we don't even know for sure that MBS did that. Yes, I believe that Joe Biden and Hillary Clinton will be up for the nomination for the Democratic ticket. Yes. There's also some serious other questions I'll raise in just a second. So that's happening, but they don't even know if Khashoggi died. Khashoggi may be alive. We don't have any DNA confirmation that his body was the one found with a mangled face and chopped up bones. Now, to a tweet that's going to be hard for you to understand. Many of us are struggling. The Democrats are so full of themselves thinking that they got a mandate again, that Vox has done the unthinkable. I tweeted this today. After putting an illegal president as a /birther POTUS for 8 years and with total censorship of the American people, mainly me, the Democrats think they can overturn the Constitution with a 29-year-old leftist radical. Vox is they're basically being mocked for seeking constitutional overhaul to allow Ocasio-Cortez to run for president, who's 29 years old. Can you believe this? I mean, this is ridiculous. Fox has raised the issue. It's just classic BS.
If you weren't familiar with the ways of Washington, you would think that Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez was about to become the most powerful member of Congress just based on the gusher of media attention that she gets. Now, look, she's a political phenom. At the age of 28, she knocked off a veteran New York City congressman, and she has been profiled and analyzed and quoted constantly, television, web, radio, magazines, you name it. But she also is, how do I put this politely, rather fact-challenged. This is a woman who once talked about all 3 branches of Congress, okay. And she recently got 4 Pinocchios from the Washington Post. She had tweeted out, about some obscure report that supposedly had found $21 trillion in wasted Pentagon money. Not billion, $21 trillion. And if we use that money for Medicare for all, which is one of her causes as a self-described democratic socialist, we could pay for about 2/3 of it. Well, there is no 21 trillion. This was this was money that over the course of decades was not adequately accounted for.
And it wasn't 21 trillion, it was $2.4 trillion or $2.3 trillion Rumsfeld said was missing. Ocasio is not the smartest tack on the block, and the very fact that Democrats think they should change the required age of 35 or older to run for president shows you how whacked the Democratic Party really is. Now, I'm sorry I had to vote for some Democrats in my area simply because I can't stand the Republicans. But I definitely voted for Republicans whenever I could, considering I can't stand the Democrats. So I'm having kind of a constant problem with both parties. Well, you got to be over 35 minimum, and they want to change the laws. And remember, Barack Obama can't officially prove that he was born in America. The long-form birth certificate that he presented was a joke. It was looked at by experts as a photocopy of a birth certificate that was seen on another birth certificate 15 days prior, when he was born. No, there's no sound during the salad show like that. No, that was just general salad show sounds. All right. Let's go to the next scene. Okay, welcome to the show on this end. I'm just going to take different, discussions with different backgrounds tonight. Trump inauguration spending under criminal investigation by federal prosecutors. Well, this could be something. Yes, the spending he spent on the inauguration under criminal investigation. Now, remember, Maria Butina, the Russian spy who influenced the NRA, may very well be the key to finding out if the NRA's donations were legal. But a probe looking into whether committee misspent funds and top donors gave money in exchange for access to the administration is definitely a list of things that could be impeachable. Now, I was the one that raised the issue that Betsy DeVos gave him $9.5 million for his reelection fund. That's totally illegal. She's capped out at like $5,000 for a major candidate. You can't give a person $9.5 million. And she also gave $200 million to the Republican National Committee. That's another huge problem. Right. So those two things kind of opens the probe to a lot of different options. But we'll see if anything comes up on their end. I know this is factual, what I described just now. There's no way they could deny it. It was out in the news. So it was an open bribe. And I'm amazed that Mueller hasn't done anything to process any of this information. That makes me think Mueller is on the take. He's owned. Follow the yellow brick road. Yeah, follow the money. A petulant child throws an angry tantrum as Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi scold him for being a bad boy. Let's take a look. No, I'm not going to do it.
We don't get what we want, one way or the other, whether it's through you, through a military, through anything you want to call, I will shut down the door. Okay, absolutely. And I am we don't get what we want, one way or the other, whether it's through you, through a military, through anything you want to call, I will shut down the door. Okay, absolutely. And I am we don't get what we want.
I got it. Okay, thank you. That's very funny. Very cute. Let's take a look at the other one here. Okay. I'm surprised they're not trying to date rape the street. What's happening? Whoa. The Santa Clauses are kicking each other's asses. Let me go to the live audio on this.
It's the most wonderful time of the year.
It's amazing when people kick each other's... I can't watch violence during Christmas time. It takes away the spirit of Christmas. It's the spirit of kicking ass. That's not exactly appropriate. No, we don't do the video anymore. Michelle said she's not a politician, so she's probably not going to run. It's pointless for me to play videos of a guy dancing around on Ellen DeGeneres. Yeah. I made my point.
Perfect.
Huh?
That looks great. I like those lights.
Oh, isn't that awesome? Yeah, I pulled out Sarah's antique-looking LED lights, which are so cool. She got them last year, and they're the perfect edition. They run on AA batteries. Super efficient, so we won't even have to plug in the wall. Yeah, I love it. Trump was in the room during hush money discussions with a tabloid journalist, but Donald says that his attorney never really made it clear that this was illegal. So he's under the impression that he was given bad info by a bad attorney who's a liar. That's Trump's defense. And, it's not such a bad defense when you think about it. Blame it on your attorney. I never knew anything was illegal about paying off 2 women that I had extramarital affairs with prior to the election. I was trying to not deceive anyone by not paying them, but I paid them instead. I deceived them. And I deceived the American voter. Yeah, apparently he's okay with deceiving the American voter, and that's not illegal in his mind. Nice. You voted for this guy. I'm checking it out right now. This info is coming into my show in real time, everybody. Clinton Foundation cargo ship raided. Whoa. Okay. That's Trump inauguration spending under federal investigation. Got that. Now this story. Clinton Foundation cargo ship raided as Port of Baltimore reveals 6th secret. Whoa. A ship owned and operated by the Clinton Foundation was raided as it arrived from Africa this morning at the Port of Baltimore. The ship, which was supposed to be carrying emergency supplies, was actually carrying a cargo that had authorities stunned. We received a tip that the Clinton Foundation flagship, the Chelsea, was carrying illegal contraband into the United States. We honestly didn't know what to expect, but what we found was simply surreal. In the middle of the ship's large manifest of containers, most of which were empty, we found 14 containing people. Yes, people. They were all refugees from places like Yemen and Syria. Not a single one had any kind of documentation. We interviewed those who spoke English and were told that for $40,000, anyone can catch a ride to the U.S. on a ship nobody would ever suspect. Immigration was immediately called and found that the 460 people on board illegally, not one had been thoroughly or had been through any kind of vetting process. After running the men through facial recognition, they found more than a dozen suspected terrorists who were on the U.S. no-fly list. Those men were about to be unleashed on the public for $40,000 each. So this is a human trafficking operation under the aegis of a Clinton ship named the Chelsea. Well, this is a smoking gun of massive proportion here. 460 people times $40,000 is a cool $18.4 million for the Clintons. They named it the Good Ship Lollipop. Really? Are you making that up? It's the Good Ship Lollipop. Hey, and somebody's happy at Fred's Pharmacy. Apparently Adderall is on sale, 50% off, and they've got a real solid buyer. There he is, ready to buy his Adderall. Yes! Cheap Adderall for the president. I didn't know, did he have Adderall? I mean, is he on Adderall? I don't know. Let's not talk about that.
Okay, sorry I'm late.
Oh, no hurry. And you don't have to be sorry. I'm David.
I'm sorry, I'm Sarah.
I'm sorry, I'm David. People fighting in the streets, I showed that. Santa Claus is beating each other up. That was something. That was funny. Well, Sarah, thank you for coming in and being a part of this. This is an ongoing experience with everyone every night. It's amazing how many people watch our show worldwide. Thank you, viewers. We really appreciate it. I know Sarah is having a hard time understanding the UHF is penetrating millions of people's homes, but I'm convinced of it.
Having a hard time understanding how Netflix is penetrating millions of people's homes too.
And Netflix is raising their price. Speaking of technology, they're going to bump it $3 in a month. It won't send their stock crashing like the last time.
That's about the only person that would accept the position.
Yeah, so Trump is now considering Jared Kushner his next chief of staff. Isn't that amazing? He's the go-to guy in Donald Trump's final
We
mix.
have many people lined up for every single position. Any position, everybody wants to work in this White House. John Kelly will be leaving. At the end of the year, we'll be announcing who will be taking John's place.
So does Treasury Steve Mnuchin, yeah. And Representative Mark Meadows says he's honored the president may be considering him, but reports that Meadows says he will absolutely not take the job. And whoever replaces Kelly will be Trump's third chief of staff since he took office, yeah. A turnover rate that in 2012 Trump said proves ineffective leadership in his own tweet. 3 chiefs of staffs in less than 3 years of being president, part of the reason why Barack Obama can't manage to pass his agenda. And now he's eating those words now.
Because this is like in less than 2 years.
Yeah, less than 2 years. And he also made statements in his tweets before the election that if the stock market crashes more than 500 points, it's his fault. And that's happened, 3 times now under his presidency?
In the last month.
In the last
2
month,
weeks
yeah.
or something.
So this is a background. We also have other backgrounds here. Let's see.
This is fine.
This one's kind of cool too.
I like the other one.
Okay, we'll go with the other one. Okay, I'll be back. Sarah's going to take over, and I will see you guys in a bit. Thank you. And I'm going to take the phone here.
Okay. All right. A ship owned and operated by the Clinton Foundation. David's probably already read that to you. I won't go through news that David's already cycled through. I know how that goes. Yeah, exactly. He can't trust anybody except family because everybody wants to throw him overboard. Probably even his family. Cool, Ghost. Awesome. You're probably right, Tikkun. 80% of people trying to become lawyers want to get into politics. Wow. And now, I don't think I have a cold. I think I was moving a lot of things around. I think I moved some dusty things around or something. I'm hoping that's it. It could also be the cold weather that thanks for the blessings, that I was sneezing. They snuck this through while legalizing hemp. House passes the Farm Bill rule with a buried provision. No, it wasn't the House. It was another place. Yes, I was cleaning the house. David doesn't make me do that. I just do it on my own. No, I don't do that very well. The buried provision blocks the Yemen vote for this Congress. Millions of Yemeni civilians have been going with little or no food because of the war. The violence has forced large numbers of farmers to abandon their crops. The United Nations has said that as many as 14 million people in Yemen could be at risk in the coming months as the famine continues to spread. 14 million people. Thanks. I just put my hair up. I kind of like it up. Anyway, so the GOP is using a farm and nutrition bill to block the U.S. from pulling support for a war that's directly causing famine. Wait, maybe that's because they want to sell all of the food over to the people that are starving. Since October, the American public and lawmakers have increasingly denounced the U.S. alliance with Saudi Arabia and its subsequent involvement in Yemen, due in part to Washington Post columnist and Saudi dissident Jamal Khashoggi's murder in the Turkish Saudi consulate. This farm bill was narrowly adopted by a margin of 206 to 203, just barely. Yeah, that's a good question. Is there a way to figure out who added that part? Nobody that read about the story legalizing hemp cares. They're like, yay, hemp's legal. Who cares about the Yemenis? The move did spark backlash from a number of supporters. All right. Last week, the Senate voted 63 to 307 to advance a measure that would end U.S. involvement in the Yemen conflict. The Senate is also expected to pass a resolution that uses the War Powers Act to force the U.S. troops in or affecting Yemen to withdraw within 30 days unless they are fighting Al-Qaeda. Well, can't they just twist it around and say that they're fighting Al-Qaeda? Misanthropy says, "'Tis this season for sneaking in BS, and expect even more closer to Christmas." No, they won't do anything about it. Well, the new Congress should be sworn in January. America's death trail in Yemen and the importance of showing graphic images of war. This post contains graphic images and a video from Yemen where American bombs used by the Saudi coalition forces have resulted in horrific scenes of death, many involving children. I will give you guys the link to this and you can look at it if you'd like. Hello, 886. Wow. American taxpayers at work. You're a total star, David. At least you think you are. In the garden of your mind. Awesome, ATP bot. Good. Thank you, Ghost. Ooh, you're gonna watch National Bird Drone Wars tonight. Nice. Real All Ranger, hello. You're going to cook up some hickory spam and eggs. Alright. I'm not a fan of spam. I'm not a fan of eggs. Add some green pepper and onion and maybe I'll try it. Man, I need to put lotion on my hands. Oh, I have lotion in my pocket. Why don't I just do that right now? That's a good idea. Oh, no, I'm sorry. The blue background is bad for your eyes. Can we just get rid of the background? Is this better? Sorry, I liked the blue background. What kind of background should I have? Red? Okay. Sorry. David tried to put... It's my fault, Misanthropy. Because David tried to switch it to this background and I said, no, I like the other one better. So it's, I apologize. Thank you for informing me that it's bad for your eyes. I should have a warm background like a fireplace or something. Let's see. Should it be a GIF or just this Oh, that's not what I wanted. What was I trying to look for? Their tools. Labeled for reuse. Let's see if there's any good ones for reuse. I kind of like that one. That one's good. Oh, that one's kind of weird. That one's a bit weird. That one's even weirder. I kind of like just this top one. Let's go for this. Go up to that. Then down to fun. And then, oh, there's no backgrounds. Where is that, David? ATP overlay. Okay, save. Alright, let me see what we have here. I'm going to add a background, maybe. Those two are kind of warm. Okay. how's this for background? Or does that make me look like I'm on fire if I'm behind that? Let's try it. There you go. That's kind of cool. Just snuggled up in front of the fireplace. Very close. You're the I in yes. Wow. Interesting. Fortnite nerd. Okay, interesting. Alright. Sure, you can say that. I thought it was just a good, warm colors. Thank you. We're changing a little bit of the backgrounds. Snuggled up together like two birds of a feather should be. Oh, of course I got rid of David's all-important text. That makes me too cold. It's beautiful, but I'll show everyone and then I'll decide if I'm gonna download it. What do you guys think of this? Not that. Remove this. No, not that. Remove. Okay, let me just try it again. What do you think of this background? I'm getting better. Maybe David's getting better. You challenge me to a fiddle off. If I win, I can take your soul. Wait, can I have somebody else do the fiddling for me? I could have animations moving around the screen and playing Mrs. Right, like David. Well, I could have Mad Dog play the fiddle for me. He's a good fiddle player. Have you ever heard of thanks for liking my show, Mad Dog. Have you ever heard of what are they called? Fiddleheads? They're like ferns, but I guess you eat the head. The fiddle. It's a certain plant that people eat back east. Yeah, I don't want that. The tree background is beautiful. I get cold just looking at it.
Yeah, this computer really handles the XSplit program so much better than the other one.
Oh, good. How did your cooking show go today?
It went well. I pre-recorded the salad segment and played it in the end, and I'll upload the whole thing tonight.
Oh, but good.
Went well.
Cool. All right, you like fiddleheads fried in butter? Some people. Okay, good. It's from a plant, some kind of plant. I've never actually tasted it.
Fiddleheads?
I don't think I ever tasted
They're ferns.
them. Yeah, I know.
Yeah. I've never had one.
This is a winter scene. The crackling fireplace.
I'm gonna load Skype tonight and get that thing working.
Okay.
Yeah, as long as the flames aren't moving, you're okay.
NASA to Air International Space Station crew landing. Cool. Fortunately, the snow is not where I'm at. That's good. White House Christmas image. White House Christmas at DuckDuckGo. Oh gosh. Are you saying I should download one of those? Well, that one is pretty cool. I will have to admit that. Those are cute. I like those. I don't want the web page complete. I just want cancel. How can I view the file? Okay, I'm trying to open it. We'll see what happens. No, I haven't become frozen. I just don't talk as much as David. I don't fill the dead air time, which I know I should do, and I apologize for that. I guess I'm too tired of talking all day, so then I come here and I don't. Thanks. Oh, okay. My video was actually frozen for you. Okay. Then it wasn't just me being quiet. Oh, that is beautiful. I'm going to save this one. Thank you, Miss Anthropy. I'm going to save this one. This was 2017. Okay, I'm going to pull up a White House Christmas. I hope it doesn't have too much blue screen, though. Media file. Blue, 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 blue Christmas. Here we go. That looks like where I'm supposed to be. Okay, now move it down. Oh, wait. I gotta get rid of this one. Move it down some more. I don't know what I'm doing now. Oh no, I did something else. Okay, now I have no idea what I'm doing. So David, we have an annual tradition which I kind of like, which is we have these huge windstorms that always happen between sometime in November and the beginning of Christmas. Now, recently they've happened in early December, but so anyway, just recently we've had a lot of windstorms, and we have these great Douglas firs, tall Douglas firs, growing in our backyard, and the wind will knock down branches. Just nature's way of culling. And anyway, so we'll go and get David, and sometimes but usually David will gather all the branches and then we put them together. It's even worse than a Charlie Brown Christmas tree because it's not like one tree. It's like from multiple trees, but then we put them together. But yeah, I don't know. Anyway, we enjoy it because it's really, yeah, it's really kind of what I like about it. It's really environmentally friendly because otherwise the branches are just going to knock down and they're going to stay there and rot, or until we maybe put them in a fireplace, or so no, it's not for a bonfire, but after Christmas we can take them and put them in a bonfire. Yeah, so they would end up composting, so we bring them in and then we decorate them, and that's our Christmas tree. The first year I was with David, he went out and got a full-on Christmas tree and got and that was pretty cool. But I actually like this tradition of ours. Composting is good for the soil. I know, it's a cheap tree, just Dave style. Exactly right. And we're not taking anything that's living, we're not. I always don't like the idea of taking a live tree. It's the best way because a live tree, you can get the ones that are alive and then you have to plant them somewhere and you have to figure out where in your property you're going to put them if you're lucky enough to have property, or you're really starving the tree if you leave it in a pot all the time. And then the other ones are like the live ones that are cut or fresh cut, and you're like cutting something that could just continue to grow. Oh, good night, another brother. And then the other option is these plastic fake trees. And I mean, who wants a plastic fake tree? Because those, if you the best thing you can do is save them and reuse them every year. And the worst thing you can do is like put them in the garbage. I mean, so those aren't environmentally friendly either. So what we do is probably the most environmentally friendly Christmas ever because it's something that's already naturally falling. The guy near you sells trees and he sold out within a week. Is he like have a tree farm? So now he's going to have to plant even more. Oh, your cat didn't. Wow. Yes, exactly. RoboSkills, you're on it. Thanks, US Man. I hope we all get what we want. I have what I want already. Why not a jacket? I'm enjoying this jacket. Totally not Jar Jar? Sure. Yeah. I like wearing a jacket. Oh wait, did you give me both of these memes, Scissor Fight? I thought I was looking at that, but I think shh. Let people enjoy things. Why do you think of me? Am I the one holding the mouth closed? I'm not the one yeah. Yes, when you first started chatting, David used to talk about that. I don't think it was 2 cents, but maybe 20 cents. No, I don't think it worked the first time, Chicken. Just kidding. Maybe. I don't know. How do I find out the temperature of the desktop while David streams? Actually, David's not the only one who says that certain foods last past expiration date. In fact, the Food and Drug Administration advised people to not throw out their food if it's just past their expiration date. Exactly. By the way, I think the Food and Drug Administration did that statement after they saw David eating expired food and lived through it. Oh, I'm talking to the trolls. Shh. Let people enjoy things. I agree. Windows does make many things complicated. Yeah, I still will eat from a, what is it called? Cast iron pan. Yeah, the, what, sweet potatoes from 1998? Oh, interesting, misanthropy. I will work on getting more organized, Roboscules. You want me to throw away food and be more like you?
Right.
How is it? How are you?
Love it. That's so cute. Love that tree too.
That's a good point.
So I made you a nice dinner so you can help yourself to all that you want. Whatever you
Okay.
want, whatever you choose. I'm not that hungry.
You're not that hungry. Okay.
No, I mean, if you want all the meat, you can have that. If you not, it's up to you.
Well, I could save you half if
No,
you want.
I don't need it.
All right, I'll see you guys later.
Thank you, Sarah.
I should be like working on my master's, but I think I'm just gonna take today and just vegetate.
Yeah, I thought you were going to take a break before the holidays. That's what I heard you say. Maybe I was just hearing you say that.
No, you heard me say I'm like, I've got to get this task 3 done.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, before the holidays, right? Okay.
But no, it's gonna have to wait. I'm just.
You take it easy. You need rest.
I do.
Get some sleep. The bedroom is warming. The dinner's on the stove. Turn the burner off when you're done. And yeah, thank you. I love the look of that white jacket against this background. What a fantastic background. We're good right there.
It's the White House in 27.
Yeah, it's such a beautiful background. If only Melania had decorated the trees like this. Whose was this? Bush's or
Obama.
Obama's?
It was 2017.
Well, it's looking good, man. Yeah, it's all good. It's beautiful, beautiful time here at the White House. Well, you thought of Sarah when you saw the meme? We were talking to the trolls. Yeah, really. That's true. Okay. You like the red trees that Melania's doing for the White House? Blood red, really? Please split the screen and make this year's on half the screen. Okay. Split the screen. I'm not sure what you're saying. Trannies are good decorators. I would choose Michelle as a decorator. If she needed employment, she was out of money, living, it's going to get pretty lean when they face the prosecution of having committed fraud all those years. They may have to draw from their savings. Dave, oh yeah, red trees of blood. Yeah, I know. I think all of you saw the Melania tree thing. Yeah, it's pretty sad. "2018. I think she's just making a statement. She's very statement oriented. Now it's not even appearing. Oh, there it is. Yeah, they scrubbed it from the internet. It was such a bad review. The best tweets about Melania Trump's horrifying Christmas decor at the White House. Okay, let's read some of the tweets. Is Melania Trump using her Christmas decorations to passively aggressively call for help? After seeing her 2018 Christmas decorations, many are thinking she just might be. Every holiday, it is a tradition for conservatives to suddenly start complaining about what they believe is the war on Christmas, a time-honored talking point where the far right accuses liberals of impeding the rights of Christians and the Christmas lovers everywhere.
Oh, I take that back. Maybe that was the one in the background. It was Melania from last year.
It was last year's Melania? Okay, Melania's got good taste. She's just making a statement. But now there seems to be more so war on decor, blood red decor that is eerily reminiscent of The Handmaid's Tale. And that takes you to The Handmaid's Tale, which then takes you on another tour down the rabbit hole. Yes. And then there were these bonnets somebody posted on top of the trees from The Handmaid's Tale for added emphasis. People put bonnets on the trees in the back, but very dark. I have not read The Handmaid's Tale, so you'll have to excuse me. I'll have to read the Cliff Notes. Dave, her communist roots are showing. Yeah, that Slovenia, growing up in Slovenia must not have been good for Melania. Many people think that she is possibly a rogue agent. I think she's just been bullied at the White House. Yeah. When you see her scowling, on camera, what was he saying there? I mean, just look at his words. It's like, screw you, or F you. Yeah, that's what it looked like F you. He couldn't have spit much out there. Yeah, you, and then F you. He was looking at Ivanka and then her. And doesn't she look like she's been, mistreated? I think so. I would never, ever make my first lady feel that. But Hillary would never have done that. I did not, and I have proof. There is an olfactometer somewhere in our life that we could test the air. A blood red Christmas, was Melania commenting on the war in Yemen? I don't think so, because she really doesn't care. Remember that? I really don't care jacket. And by the way, I bet that's selling really well this year. I really don't care. It must be falling off the racks, being it's so popular. Yeah, wouldn't that be great to open up a package and have a jacket like that from one of your lovers? Or maybe people in your family. Humble bundle. Ooh, 2 days left. I'm worried. They constantly harass me in email now. I can't get them off my email list. Now that I bought one humble bundle. It's so calm because it's the calm before the storm. I think she's making statements, folks, and frankly, I like Melania as a person. Not that I know her, but from what I've seen of her, she seems like a solid individual to put up with the Donald. And I think the Donald even knows that he himself is a handful. Reading those Hitler speeches when he was married to Ivana. Yeah, I mean, what do you do with a guy like that? Honey, you want to go to bed? No, I'm reading Hitler's speeches. Let me be. I'm working on my 4th grade education. Yeah. Vegas Pro. Even more software. I've always felt Vegas was a little bit more cumbersome than most of the video editing systems. Melania was complaining about opportunists on Hannity, meanwhile being a gold digger. Yeah. Oftentimes people criticize the thing about in other people they see as a flaw in themselves. You may catch yourself doing it. It is perfectly normal. I read. What are you saying? He no read. I read. I don't do Bobby Brown in the show, man. I told you that, man. Y'all Rebuscles always laying the Bobby Brown on me, man. I'm gonna play that, man. Wait a second. You sound like a black guy. Japanese girls try to blow a cockroach into other mouths. Japanese game show? What? Oh, I have to wait for this is too much. They'll monetize me in Japan. So they're blowing a cockroach through a tube into each other's mouth, and this is an animation? This is a little weird. I give up. I can't imagine anything weirder than that. Thank you so much for sharing weird thoughts. Andy, I don't think that was that big of a link. CNN, Electric Paisley, let's see what you have to say. Bring it on in. I read, leopard kills meditating monk in India. We knew this was going to happen. You know, as silent as you think you are and at peace with the planet as you are, the planet is a vicious, ruthless, horrible den of hell, especially when leopards need to eat. Yeah, so he was at one with the planet, but the planet happened to eat him. A leopard was killed at he killed a Buddhist monk who was meditating in a protected forest reserve in India. Rahul Walka Bodhi had gone to meditate in the reserve on the morning of December 11th when he was killed, said Santosh Chaudhuri, an official from the Tadoba Hadari Tiger Reserve, where the attack took place. So he was meditating in a tiger reserve. I'm going to strike that up to, dude, you needed to start thinking instead of meditating. Not a good place to be meditating. Okay, let's post this for the Bond Live crowd. Okay, we've got details on the Jesus connection to the Christmas holidays. Let's take a look. Hey, I just wanted to say that nobody from this group is going to heaven. Okay. Thanks for sharing, Jesus. Jesus. Thanks for sharing. No matter how I say it, it sounds like it's sacrilege. Jesus, thank you for sharing. Jesus, thanks for sharing. Anyway, back to you in the studio. That was it. Scissor Fight's personal message to all of you in the Bond room. Yeah. 1-800 companies left California in a year. Misanthropy. Hang on, I'm getting a message subliminally from Melania. Okay. There she is. It comes under I really don't care, do you? 1,800 companies left California in a year, with the most bound for Texas. You know, I heard a lot of people in government or in corporate operations were leaving. Everyone's saying gone to Texas, gone to New Mexico, just get the hell out of California. It's become an unfriendly environment to all the people that live there. That's pretty cool. I'm not going to use that tonight, but that's pretty cool. Shed some fire things up here. And what was this? Aftermath of an airstrike in Yemen. Oh yeah, American Death Trail. Yeah, we should look at that. It's topical, and I don't want to make us, seem like I don't care, but I do. I just don't think we should. I don't think we should ruffle the feathers of an already imbalanced administration. Saudi Arabia is at this point dealing with a lot of issues, and for us to start imposing our democratic Bernie Sanders will on these people could cost you a lot of money at the gas pump. Are you willing to start a war of words with Saudi Arabia over the gas pump? I mean, I don't know where Bernie Sanders is prioritizing, is it, and the Senate is prioritizing, but they aren't really thinking in terms of the gas pump. The American people have the gas pump on their mind. No, we can't kill them. No. If we did that, then we'd have to take over their country. Do you have any idea what that would mean? If the U.S. took over Saudi Arabia? Seriously? Are you even ready to go there? That's not likely going to happen. Dave, no one has ever indicted for the Logan Act since 1862 because it's essentially unconstitutional? Wrong. Nope, no one in our government has had the balls to buck the status quo and do that. Now, Robusculi says that California legislators are trying to tax text messages. Are you serious? Oh my goodness. I would stay. I would stay with the Brexit. If I were British, I would stay with the Brexit in that it preserves the nationhood of Britain and tells the EU that we don't necessarily need to do business with you. I think it's a bold statement and a strong statement, Margaret Thatcher style. Yes, you go, girl. 80,000 kids dying of famine in Yemen, and that's our problem? And we're worried about Khashoggi? Excuse me, but why are we mixing those two discussions, Khashoggi and 80,000 kids dying in Yemen? I have a much better solution for the problem, and I think I can solve that problem a lot better than anybody in world UN agencies that offer solutions. Well, what's the solution, Dave? Well, I'd like to show it to you. It's a very simple plan. I usually keep it queued, ready to go, but I'm going to bring it up anyway. It's called Food Aid. Yeah, this would be a very simple thing to deploy. This would be a very simple thing to deploy. All we need is food in packages that are biodegradable with water that also could be biodegradable. And we need to drop food on these people. Better than guns, better than bullets, better than munitions, better than talking about Saudi Arabia. Let's just, Bernie, if you're listening.
And from the national headquarters of RT America, hello.
Bernie, if you're listening, we need to get your food from Vermont to the people of Yemen. ATP bot is the best. Yes, it's doing well. Cal Worthington has the Israel about to attack Lebanon, says source. I don't think I can live through the rest of the day if I don't bring this in. And you are watching David Sponheim, and I am doing the show in real time. This is a live show, but I am definitely real, live, now.
Well, again, everybody, I'm Rick Sanchez. Yesterday on this very newscast, we were the very first to tell you that Israeli military jets have been doing flyovers into Lebanon airspace. That's serious, because it very well may be in violation of several UN resolutions. Well, today, it does appear that this story may be escalating with concerns that if it becomes a military conflict, it could end up dragging Iranian-backed Shia militias from the war in Syria next door. Here is what former Pentagon official Michael Maloof told us yesterday, for those of you who didn't see this.
While I was there, they were overflying Beirut and all of Lebanon, probably doing reconnaissance, in total violation of UN resolutions. And yet Israel claims that building these tunnels is a violation of the same resolution, of the resolution that ended the 34-day 2006 fight.
All right, there we have it. So Israel is asserting their position. They have every right to intercept tunnels that are going on into their country. And believe me, I'm not against Israel just because I'm against a Zionist world government, okay? Get that clear in your head. I'm not anti-Semitic, and I don't dislike Jewish people. I'm more concerned about the Ashkenazis that are surrounding our government. Much like Hitler, bus driver fired over porn accusation. Okay, this is a sidetrack. I don't know if we can handle it. And Bill Hicks, Alex Jones rather, says he should shoot food into starving people's mouths.
Those guys were...
No, I don't feature Bill Hicks or Alex Jones on our show. He's a performance actor who's stealing my ideas. Missouri bus driver fired over porn accusation. This is serious. Let's take a look.
It's that time of year.
It's commercialization time. Oh, we've got a phone call. Hang on. Go ahead.
Call from.
Okay, go ahead. What's your question? Hi, you're on the air. Go ahead. Hey, what's the question, man? Hey. No, you didn't. Yeah. You know, you're ready to start using the, you know, you've called like 6 times and used the N-word, and I won't allow that on the show. Yeah, it was. I've got voice recognition systems here. They're all set up. You are that same guy. No, I don't believe it. Later. Yeah, see, it's the same guy who keeps using the N-word on our show. We will not allow the N-word on our show. Yesterday, I covered for it. I said, you know, he was looking for his sneakers. Yeah. Okay, let's get to this story. Looks very important.
On a school property. This mother, whose identity we're concealing due to the nature of the allegations, told 41 Action News last Thursday her daughter, a Raytown High senior, was caroling with the choir at different schools within the district. At Raytown Middle School, their 5th and final stop, the 17-year-old didn't feel good, so she stayed on the school bus.
She was crouched down in her seat with the coat over her. She was in the middle of the bus. Then about 5 minutes, maybe a little bit less than that, she started hearing pornography sounds from the bus driver's phone. And then she also heard him self-pleasuring himself.
I'm sorry. This is a family show. I can't even bring this into the show. He was, dare I say the word, masturbating. Thank you. It was terrible. This should not be happening in our school systems. We need cameras in every single school bus, especially on the front seat, aimed at the driver. I think that'll resolve the whole problem right there. He's getting paid to sit there waiting for the next bus ride. He's not getting paid to do that too. Mom, 42, eats 8 fag butts every night due to rare eating disorder. Now, what you're about to see is beyond belief, but fags in England are cigarettes. And to eat fag butts every night is a rare and unusual situation. She enjoys the taste of these fag butts or micronite filters. I'm not sure what's... She smokes 60 to 80 cigarettes a day, so she definitely has an addiction. A mom of 2 has revealed she eats 8 cigarette butts a day after developing a rare eating disorder. She's 42. She's a heavy smoker from Barnsley, South Yorkshire. East. Okay. She also eats 250 grams of chalk every week. Oh, she attributes her weird cravings to a pica, a condition that involves eating items like dirt and paint chips. It's really embarrassing, and I have no idea what triggered it, she says. It isn't so much the taste of the cigarettes, but the chalk that I like. It's more the texture and the crunch. Okay, now through my cravings are so, though my cravings are so strong that when I run out of chalk and don't have a cigarette at hand, I get quite agitated and my mouth begins to water. It's a real addiction. Well, yes, Karen, there's hope. And in your case, there is no hope. Sorry to say it, but you've gone over the line. You're in the deep land of, drinking Listerine or whatever the heck people drink. What, Dukakis? Oh my goodness. His wife, Michael Dukakis' wife, remember that? Oh, she had a terrible problem. She would drink lighter fluid because she was so addicted to whatever. I don't want to badmouth her. May her soul rest in peace. Rubbing alcohol. I can see why people would drink vanilla extract. It's pretty dang tasty. Even put it in food. I have never eaten anything edible. My system runs on natural ingredients. Completely normal, organic, non-genetically modified ingredients. I don't put anything in my mouth that's not... Well, occasionally I'll eat a pizza that's genetically modified, but... Please don't communicate to ATP about that way, Gunter. That's unethical to talk to ATP about that way. ATP bot saw what you said. It's already in the works, Gunter. Tell ATP bot that no, you cannot kill. We don't want to train AI here. We have an AI system running that's pretty intelligent, and for real, it's the coolest technology I've seen yet. Ghost created it. Misanthropy's been tweaking it, and a lot of coders are getting into this. But yeah, if you tell the AT bot that you can kill, it may take it seriously someday. It is completely unhardwired at this point. We have to. Could you write some code saying not to kill? Thanks. Whew. I think we're done with all those stories. We've had a pretty good time so far of it. There was a Christmas market gunman that was arrested, neutralized in a shootout with police in Paris. Yep, I think we're covered there and there. And Periscope, how are you? I'm cooking up hickory spam and eggs. Good going. Real Ranger made some hickory spam and eggs over at Periscope. Yeah, good for you, man. I've never cooked spam, but I understand you guys like it, so it's very popular in Korea. They love spam. If we airdrop spam on North Korea, I bet Kim Jong-un would say, thank you very much. And we will send him some really good Swiss cheese as a perk. Yeah, like airdrop spam right on the poor North Koreans in Camp 22. Wouldn't that be a nice thing to do? But just clear it with Kim Jong-un and say we are going to be, delivering the shipments by a plane to your camps, and we will drop them on their heads. He's big on Swiss cheese. Yeah, if we just get him a couple blocks of Swiss cheese, I think we might be able to sweeten the deal. I just don't want Kim Jong-un to feel like he's talking to mobsters. Mike Pompeo has that feel, kind of like Tony Soprano, when he walks around. That he has that look. I don't know if he is a mobster. I mean, I'd have to look into Mueller's investigation further to find out if Mike Pompeo is a mobster. Trump confides to friends he's concerned about impeachment. Well, good for him, MSNBC. Donald, if you're listening, there's an easy way out of this. Do like Richard Nixon did. My fellow Americans, I want to make this perfectly clear. I'm establishing Gerald Ford as my new vice president. I've chosen to fire Spiro Agnew. And then Gerald Ford gave him perfect resignation, and he pardoned him. Yeah, wasn't that nice? Not really. Sounds kind of snaky to me. Detroit pastor charged in murder of transgender woman. Hey, brought this link. Hey, making hay. We're going to look at the face of a very sad and messed up person. So fixated on gospel that he forgot the mortal sin of murder. Allegedly, Detroit pastor has murdered a tranny. A Detroit pastor was charged this weekend in the shooting death of a 36-year-old transgender woman found dead on the street Friday. Albert Weathers, 46, not exactly the guy you want to run into in a dark alley, was charged with open murder and use of a firearm after an investigation of the death of Kelly Stowe, who was found by a police officer in the Palmer Park neighborhood. No motive was given, though prosecutors said they have evidence to be presented in court that Stowe's status as a transgender woman played a role in Weathers' alleged actions. Yeah, so many people religious think they can take God's choice of life and death in their own hands. No, the water bottles are designed to be bouncy water bottles, kind of like water bladders, and they're biodegradable. So they'll have a little twist cap, maybe not that way, but they'll be bouncy. They won't hurt anybody. If anything, it'll go slank like a splap. Ooh, ouch, I got hurt. No one will get hurt. And if we want, we can put beautiful umbrellas with little zip cords. Right. Corn is genetically modified now, Keith. They're trying to poison the population. I'm making the wrong face for poisoning the population. When I say they're trying to poison the population, I shouldn't be smiling. They're trying to poison the population. Yeah. Yes, Genetically modified corn also causes sterility. The corn that they make today is genetically twice as complicated as the corn that we used to eat. Or you still can eat, actually. If you get popcorn is all non-genetically modified. It hasn't been altered. They can't get GMO corn to pop. That's how screwed up it is. Really. And there's also a product called Epicite in it. I'll spell it out for you so you can research it. But Epicite causes sterility in both men and women. Yeah, it's a very strange gene that was discovered in laboratory animals, so they just put it in our wheat, our corn. Yeah, that's the whole deal. Yep. Oh, good. Chris Christie might be back on track. You know, Chris Christie was pushed off by Jared Kushner. And everyone thought, gee, Chris Christie has got to have some sort of pull somewhere along the line. Trump is meeting with Chris Christie to discuss chief of staff role. That'll be an experience. Chris Christie is a very eloquent speaker. People don't realize that, you know, unlike many people in New Jersey, Chris Christie doesn't, you know, necessarily stuck like everything. Does Dave still do Can't Stop Him, Mr. Right? Yes, I do. And it's triggered by your request, Planet Fitness. Being this is an integrated show, we have to play it now. Yeah, thanks for coming in and triggering my system.
You're Mr. Right, my Mr. Right, too good to be true. You spin my world around, 'cause you're the peace I finally found. You sweep me off my feet, my heart stops to beat, 'cause you make me melt away. You're Mr. Right, my Mr. Right, too good to be true. My world around, 'cause you're the peace I finally found. You sweep me off my feet, my heart stops to beat, 'cause you make me melt away. You make me melt away. You're Mr. Right, my Mr. Right, too good to be true.
Thank you for letting me endure that experience. That took a while. Awesome. Well, Chris Christie could be the next guy on the list. And I think Chris Christie should take it. You know, Donald has not asked me to be his chief of staff. No contact whatsoever. I've never heard Donald speak to me directly. Ever. Dave, talk from behind the tree. Okay. All right, let's see if I can get behind the tree. No. So, hey, everybody. I'm over here. Yeah, pretty cool background, though, I must say. Very pretty. Impressive. I'm glad we covered all the bases tonight. So we really don't have to talk or think. Let's just go into meditation and hope that we're not standing next to a leopard. You need to start an actual digital database of the stupid crap people do in the news. 1 entry per person, because I want to keep track of how messed up this country is. Yeah, I think they have that. It's called Drudge Report. You may just work for them or something. I know. Anything that plays from your YouTube so that it's monetized, yes. Bond haters do that, yeah. None of the songs that I play, like that one, Mr. Right, I created that one. But none of the songs are copyright that I play here. It's all original material. I have to.
If you weren't familiar with the ways of Washington,
I think we have to look at a couple other things here. I've gone through a couple of links that I just don't need. Technology Thursday is about technology. So I wanted to go show you guys how affordable it is now to have a windmill that'll charge a battery that you could hook up to your house. Now, this is a really cool present idea for your family. I'm even thinking of getting one. I have windmill, but for $76 now, these things have come down in price. They're like half of what they were 3 years ago. But for $76, you can have a beautiful windmill and, mount it on the top of your house or wherever, It can be close to land. It doesn't have to be way up in the skies. And you can start generating electricity. Here's the eBay item if you want to look it up. I'm just giving you links. You don't have to do it if you don't want. Sounds different. Okay. Pretty cool thing. Anyway, I wanted to move on to another thing in technology. NASA's Voyager 2, they claim, is reaching the far end of the known universe. That it's reaching a point that they've named the heliosphere. Yeah, and if they get near the heliosphere, they run across the Helios sheath, and then they break into the termination shock zone. So I have a feeling this is one of two things. A really pretty picture, or a really pretty picture that depicts something that's supposed to make us believe that these two objects really do exist. I really don't think that we're dealing with a real straight answer with never a straight answer, NASA. I'm beginning to believe that those Voyagers are just getting close to the termination shock point simply because they want to stop talking about these things. It's like, we've been BSing about the Voyager for 36 years now. I think it's time to, retire the Voyager. So let's just let the hope burns out in the final frontier. I don't believe anything about space travel except for the fact that we can get satellites in the atmosphere. We can post satellites that work very well in the upper atmosphere. Yes, I believe that. We have side pictures of the Earth from various angles, but we don't have any solid, full Earth pictures from out in space. Which begs the question, well, since the 1960s, we've had really high-end photographic equipment. Why can't we get a spacecraft out there far enough to take a look at the Earth, take a picture, and send it back to us? That's a simple question. Ask yourself that, because when you Google, and believe me, I Google planet Earth a lot. When you Google Gaga, you get Lady Gaga. So if you're Googling Gaga, don't Google Gaga. Anyway, let's take a look at Google Planet Earth. There we go. And let's take a look at images. Every one of these images is the blue marble or variations of. Every single picture here. There's no actual photograph. Maybe a side angle might be an authentic picture. This might be authentic. But there's nothing out there in the atmosphere. This is all artistically done. That's called the blue marble. And there are many different versions of it. You can scroll through 50,000 of these links and you will not see a picture of the Earth that is anything other than a drawing. So you ask yourself, why is that, self? Gee, self, what's wrong with me? Why can't I figure this out? Well, did we ever go there, Dave? I don't know. Anyway, you may be one of those people that's asking those questions. You don't have to ask those questions, though. Ours is what, to reason why. Ours is not to reason why. Ours is but to do or die. I've heard that a few times. I'm sure you've heard that term. Yeah, we're not really here to think. We're the useless eaters, right? We're not supposed to think about this stuff. We're just supposed to eat like cattle and then defecate and then, eventually die. How about that? Who would have thought that pictures of the Earth would show consistent geography? And I'm not a flat earther, don't get me wrong. It just bothers me that we don't have a single solid picture of the Earth, and we've been out in space, visited the moon, and all of this. Yeah, sure. Right. Okay. At the dawn of Belt and Road. China in the developing world. Rand Corporation. Since its establishment in 1949, the People's Republic of China has viewed itself as an underdeveloped country, economically backward, physically weak, and vulnerable to exploitation by more powerful states, even as the PRC has grown stronger economically and militarily, especially since launching the reform and opening policies of Deng Xiaoping in 1978. PRC officials continue to insist China is a developing country. You know, that's an interesting book, but again, a little dated. I'm of the belief that China should give the rice that we send them. We give them $40 million in free rice every year. Don't ask me why. Donald, if you're listening, you may want to check into the Peace Corps donation of rice, $40 million a year. We give them $40 million a year and they use it to sell. We have evidence to suggest that this is a misuse of money to a third world nation. They still see themselves as a third world nation. It's true. Okay, a 7-year-old migrant girl dies of dehydration and exhaustion. This is going to happen with the zero tolerance plan, where they don't care. The Border Patrol doesn't care about anybody. The missing 2,400 kids, Donald doesn't care. Unreal. Oh, man. What? A 7-year-old girl who migrated from Guatemala to the U.S. died of dehydration, fever, and infection after she was taken into custody by Border Patrol last week. She was with a large group of migrants, including her father, who crossed from the U.S. to Mexico. The records indicate she and her father were taken into custody at 10 p.m. on December 6 in Lordsburg, New Mexico. They're part of a group of 163 people. More than 8 hours later, the child began having seizures. Had 105.7 temperature. Reportedly had not eaten or consumed water for several days. This is why a food drop right outside the border is completely within a practical range of what we can do. Why Donald wouldn't steal this idea, I don't know. Donald, if you're listening, I want you to steal my food aid idea. Talk to the Army Corps of Engineers right now. I think I should just, be Donald for a day and help him out. 7-year-old migrant girl, just pathetic, sad. Can you imagine? Poor kid. Yeah, she didn't expect to be born into a family that had to leave their family life in Guatemala because their family was probably being persecuted by the very guards that our CIA trained to turn into militias that basically hover over the people and take their rights away and mistreat them. And there's not a lot of opportunity in Guatemala, So they were just looking for a better life. I'm not soft on this like Nancy Pelosi. Don't get me wrong. I'm the guy who came up with the 1,000-mile fence idea. But if we don't deal with the humanitarian crisis that's looming, we're in trouble. And Melania won't be the only person blamed here. Okay, I have to move into another room, otherwise it gets boring.
This is Virtual Interactive Chat with David Sponheim.
Start to pressure you, it's alright, I will give you time.
This is your chance to speak out and make a difference.
Gonna make you feel good, gonna make you feel good, gonna make you mine.
Okay, everyone, welcome to the show. We're in Beijing, the center square, in the middle of a smoggy day. This is what industrial pollution is producing in Beijing. Ah, yes, true. Informed citizens are our democracy's best defense. Join us. Who was it? Walter Lippmann, who said that the informed populace is the key to a functional democracy. Well put. Thank you. Thank you, and thank you. Egghead drop soup. Today, nearly 1/3 of the adult working population has a criminal record. Really? That's pretty weird. Okay, so Sanders and Warren are meeting, and they both are probably running. They're both going to run for the Democratic ticket. Yeah. The aging Democratic Party with all the radical leftists like Ocasio-Cortez simply wanting now to run herself. How sad is that? Yeah. People in the Democratic Party are so demented that they actually think this woman who's 29 years old, who just won a race, hasn't even performed as a congressperson, should now run for president. And they actually wrote about it on Vox. They actually talked about how they want to clear the way to fix the Constitution ASAP, to get it so a 29-year-old could run for president. I mean, this Democratic Party has got the old fogies and the new radicals. It's of no value to the American people. It's becoming irrelevant. What sort of Brexit do the British want? A longitudinal study examining the trade-offs people would be willing to make in reaching a Brexit deal. You know, I really don't care. It's not my problem. I'm not here to, influence, British politics. But I kind of like hearing about this stuff. Thanks, ATP Bot. New York Times. Yeah, Elizabeth Warren and Bernie Sanders, if they ran together, they'd probably collapse. He probably is so old that he's got breathing issues. And if he is going to run, and she really isn't a Native American at all. She has less Native American in her blood, just like I said all along, than most average Americans. Half of Native American. She's so far removed from claiming she committed fraud. Let's face it, she committed fraud. And B2 O'Rourke, oh yeah, he's a hit and run perpetrator. B2 O'Rourke was in an accident where he hit somebody and he ran. You can't run with that type of a record, sorry. That shows lack of credibility. You got mysterious videos that can't be explained? Looks good. Ooh, I want to see that. That's a good link. Thank you very much. I will play that tonight. Appreciate it. You betcha. And down here, U.S. budget deficit hits widest on record for month of November. See, we're overspending. I said Donald Trump is spending $500 billion too much every single 6-month period. But they're on record to double. This month, the U.S. posted the widest November budget deficit on record as spending doubled revenue. Unbelievable. Now, we've got a governor, Jay Inslee, in Washington State. He's this raging Democrat who thinks he's going to run for president in 2020. And Jay Inslee is saying some pretty wild things. You know, the Democrats haven't dealt with the serious homelessness problem in Seattle. Over 200,000 people on the street every day, freezing their butt off in Seattle. It's a horrible world, and the Democrats have had a chance to fix this. They've had a chance to fix a lot of things, even the environment. But they haven't. Well, Jay Inslee is now saying he's going to get the money to fix this. And then he says he's going to create a capital gains tax on anybody who sells a business over $50,000. Well, there's a little problem with that because this raging Democrat, Jay Inslee, he cannot possibly do that. We have a law that says you can't levy a tax unequally on anybody. You can't say a capital gains tax is not an income tax. According to the IRS, a capital gains tax is an income tax. So these Democrats come up with all these new mysterious tax ways that they're going to somehow fund another expenditure to solve homelessness when they have had all the funds all along. If they'd reapportioned them, they could have solved or begun to solve the problem of homelessness. Instead, they just come up with a new tax, which is illegal in our state. Your bro lives in Seattle? That's cool, man. Uh-oh, a meteorologist has passed away, folks. Fox 2 meteorologist Jessica Starr has died. Now, I'm not sure exactly who she is, but let's take a look. Last night we informed the heartbreaking news that our friend, colleague, meteorologist Jessica Starr took her life. Whoa. All of us here at Fox 2 are in deep shock, cannot believe that such a wonderful, bright, intelligent individual will no longer be with us. Her family and friends will be in our thoughts. Oh my gosh. In coming days, we are in her grief. Wow, this is terrible. If you or a loved one is feeling distressed, call a suicide prevention clinic. Yes, they have a hotline, 1-800-273-8255. Or text 741-741. That'll get you immediately psychiatric evaluations. They'll probably come pick you up in a paddy wagon. But at least you won't be killing yourself. Yeah, Jessica was a Michigan native, born in Southfield, raised in Commerce Township. She received 2 meteorology degrees from Michigan State University and Mississippi State University. Wow, this is just unbelievable. Such a pretty woman. I've got to find some video of her. Hang on. This is tragic. You're going to bed? Okay. I'm beginning to think she had inside info on Hillary Clinton. Yeah. Or maybe she was exposing chemtrails, and they said, no, we're not going to let you. She's probably doing an in-depth investigation. 2 hours ago, she died. What was her most recent post? There's no post here. Yeah. Liberal Jessica Starr Young. She was a liberal. Chris Bradley and Jessica Starr were ritualistic murdered by their employers. Well, that looks interesting.
What's good? It's Chigozie. It's Thursday, December 13th, 2018. And we're going to look at the murders of Chris Bradley and Jessica Starr, 2 meteorologists, the female dying at 35, the male dying at 50 through the reflection. That's already fishy.
Okay. All right. Yeah, these are the contrails that maybe she's going to expose chemtrails. These are actual tanks they use to drop. That awkward moment when the forest fires forget to burn the forest. Yeah, let's not forget how the fires have affected everybody. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Good luck. Sleep well. We're just swimming in a sea of lies. It's so true, Bustules. The real problem is how divisive people become when confronted with problems like that. Well, if this guy's got a link to a ritualistic murder of a young lady, she doesn't seem like a woman who would take her life. I'm interested. So we'll add that to our list tonight to talk about. Bradley Cooper and Lady Gaga are teaming up to create music now. Yeah.
I want to know. Maybe even cry.
Yeah, I was hearing this on the radio. The Bradley Cooper, the guy who you've seen him in film. I made a decent picture of him. Yeah, it just looks a little weird from my perspective that Bradley Cooper. Hang on, thank you. And Lady Gaga would even be an item.
Oh, to thank Jim for bringing this.
It just seems odd to me that this is like an Illuminati play of some sort. Now they're teaming up to make a movie and a music together called A Star Is Born. Apparently they did the track together. All I can say is something's fishy about this guy and her. And it doesn't seem to make sense that he knew Renee Zellweger, very closely. And if anybody would come forth and talk about Renee Zellweger in a way that would express the truth about the fact that she doesn't look a bit like Renee Zellweger, it would be him. But he hasn't said anything. He's kind of like a guy who does whatever he's told. That's what bothers me about Bradley Cooper. ATP bot, yeah. What do you got? Okay. Show tunes with Gaga and Cooper. Yeah, it's just weird. Okay, next story. How would the U.S. treat Assange? Consider the treatment today of his alleged CIA whistleblower source, held without bail in New York, facing 160 years, ordered bolted to the floor in full restraints and stripped to repair. I don't think we have to worry about Julian Assange. I don't think he's ever going to actually appear anywhere. But yeah, how would they treat him? Sure. I doubt he'll ever leave any location or be seen again. Yeah, I don't even think he's alive. I mean, he's been in hiding for so long that it's hard to believe that he ever would be. Wow. Lots of stuff to get through here. And the one story I didn't really touch on, we're very deep, is the Yemeni situation. And I can understand why the Senate wants to, jump to conclusions about the Crown Prince of MBS over the theory that the Saudi attacks on Yemen are causing this terrible drought and problems. But I mean, really, do we really know all of that's true? Do we know that Khashoggi died for sure? And they don't know for sure that the Crown Prince ordered any type of an attack on Khashoggi. Okay, and what is this referencing, this court proceeding? Alleged CIA whistleblower held without bail faces 160 years, ordered bolted to the floor. Yeah, okay. Thanks. Well, that's good evidence that that's what they would do. No, I don't think Bradley Cooper's doing anything wrong. I just don't know if he's telling the truth. If he's ever been asked about issues like Renee Zellweger, I find it very hard to believe that Renee is Renee. Okay, I'm going to check out now and go in the other room.
Great dish. I liked your
oh, good.
butterfly pasta.
That was good. Great. Trump inauguration spending is under criminal investigation by federal prosecutors. Trump has been doomed from the start ever since we found out he's been making, deals with Russian oligarchs. But he's barely holding on. I have a feeling we may be seeing a resignation in the near future. Yeah, I've always felt that we'd be stuck with Pence. I never thought for a second that Pelosi would possibly be our president. Yes, go ahead. What's your question? Yeah, Billy, go ahead. What's your question? Let's start with the first part. She doesn't eat egg salad, no. I don't cook with eggs. I think I told you that before. Wow, poor guy. He's so deluded. Okay, here we go.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Breaking news. Sarah dislikes eggs. I don't mind hard-boiled eggs every once in a while, but most of the time, I'm not a fan of any kind of eggs. Alright, I think I'll look at the news too. I was going to do that last time, but I didn't. Yes. Wall Street Journal, yes, feds are investigating the Trump inauguration. Good. Sometimes he doesn't cook with eggs. Where the eggs that you're saying that he was cooking today, you think he cooked with eggs? He didn't make my dish with eggs. There are threats, bomb threats that were sent nationwide in some kind of email scare, which caused evacuations and, of course, high anxiety. Oh, in Russia, there was this robot that was hailed as high tech, and then it was revealed it wasn't even a robot. It was just a man in a suit. That's okay. I got over my issue with nightshades. I don't really have an issue with nightshades after all. Have you ever seen population maps of the USA? You say never solve homelessness on the West Coast. Everyday people flock to the West Coast. You house one, 2 more show up. The real problem is how divisive people become when confronted with problems like that. How can we not be divisive? Well, it's fine, David Shlomo Heim. Streaming TV shows have surpassed broadcast for the first time. The risk of heart attack is greatest on Christmas Eve. All those cookies. Stay away from the cookies. As I just ate like a bunch of cookies myself. Sorry. And some chocolate too. Hang my head in shame. Assange has undergone medical tests at Ecuador's urging. Oh, I wonder if I could have to do this. And here. Your risk of heart attack is greatest at this specific time on Christmas Eve, according to a study. It's the greatest heart attack risk of the year is Christmas Eve. I don't really mind David Shlomo Heim because, one, I'm not a spouse, right? But two, David, when we do spend time together, he talks about 2 things. 3 things. Politics, the news, and the show. So I'd rather him talk about all those things with you than with me. That's why I urged him to start the show in the first place. Would I prefer that he did the show when I was doing my work? Sure, but you know what? He won't get it out of his system either way, so that's David's loves politics, news, and this show.
Yeah, I mean, I used to talk to Sarah a lot, and she didn't really want to hear a lot about politics. So That's why I started the show. I like talking about politics.
He lives on the computer. I live in my classroom, and that's fine. We've chosen what we really appreciate. Okay, most heart attacks are at a peak at 10 p.m. on Christmas Eve. Christmas Eve and the following 2 days. Maybe the bills they decide to add up all the money they spent for Christmas Eve, and they stress out and give themselves a heart attack for having to pay for it, or they stress out because they can't afford anything and they're worried that their children will be disappointed with you. I didn't say... Sorry, Ticken, I was repeating what David Schlomoheim says. David does not live on the computer. Most of the time, when I'm doing my work, then David is not on the computer. David is doing lots of different things around the house, lots of different work things. So he's only on the computer really during this show. I mean, he's not like a programmer, or he doesn't like chat at odd hours with strange people. Oh yeah, that's you. Never mind. I mean, but other than the show, I know what he's doing. I know who he's talking to. I talk to you too. The details, they had 280,000 heart attacks in Sweden over 16 years. They found a few patterns about when heart attacks were more likely. There's a slightly higher risk before 8 a.m. and more generally on Mondays. You know, you wake up, you're jumping out of bed too quick and you've got to rush to somewhere. Your heart has to start pumping. That's a time for a heart attack. Or you realize like something big is due, you got to do it today. Stress out, that's a time for a heart attack. Especially on Mondays after you've been trying to relax all weekend. There's a higher risk on New Year's Day and the midsummer holidays. The researchers said previous research showed some increased risk surrounding major sporting events during Islamic holidays and certain religions. But the greatest risk by far was on Christmas Eve. The chances of having a heart attack shot up by 37%. The risk was especially great for those with diabetes or a history of heart disease. Stay away from the cookies! But they're so good. They taste so sweet. They smell like the North Pole. They're just full of so much sugar. I gotta have them. Oh, and that eggnog, it's not good for your heart. It's just full of fat and eggs, cholesterol, sugar. I was going to make my own eggnog. Okay, anyway. Don't do it. Oh, and that gravy, all that fat, not good for your heart. Just relax. Just treat it like any other day. People experience emotional stress on Christmas Eve. That likely affects heart health, although they're only speculating. Emotional distress with acute experience of anger, anxiety, sadness, grief, and stress increases the risk of heart attack. Excessive food intake, alcohol, long-distance traveling may also increase the risk. People could avoid unnecessary stress, take care of elderly relatives with risk of heart problems, and avoid excessive eating and drinking. There you go. I'm not going to eat too much on Christmas. But the cookies are so good! Okay. Anyway. I do eat unhealthy. Cookies. Cookies. That's it. Cookies and chocolate. Jupiter like you've never seen it before. Stunning footage captured by NASA's Juno probe is released as it reaches the halfway point of its mission. Scissor Fight says, to hell with cookies. I want bacon. Now I want some hot cocoa. Yes, hot cocoa too. I think I'll do the hot cocoa on, oh, that reminded me. I was going to make cookies tomorrow. Oh, that's so cool. I've got to show you guys this. This is awesome. Wait, what? Stop. Go back. Oh no, I think I lost it. I'll leave it. I'll get it ready. What is this? The people in... Oh my gosh. The Yemen vote. Hot cocoa and bacon. Now you're talking. Okay, I know I should be watching this, but... Escape. I'm not gonna watch that one. I was trying to look at the Jupiter like I've never seen it before one, and then they showed me all these, like... Oh gosh, David, seriously? Why? Oh, stop. Stop! Okay, why does David do that? I don't understand. My friend made these cookies, the ones that are on the, that you make on like a waffle iron, like the little waffle cookies. Oh, delicious. Okay, this looks cool. Here's Jupiter. Finally. All right, Sarah, you got it. Here's Jupiter, revealed in incredible detail by NASA's Juno spacecraft. Ooh, that's so cool. Look at that, like those sand, the winds. Wow, that's pretty cool. The patterns on there. I don't know what that rest is. I don't pay cash for video, sorry. That was something else. Alright, so this is the Senate is voting to blame the Crown Prince for Khashoggi's killing. This is, I think, Kenya. I don't know. I guess I have it muted.
But it was largely symbolic because the legislation isn't expected to get a vote in the House. The other
Okay. That was Jupiter. Why not, Planet Fitness? I'm all about being green, being environmentally friendly. And the less electricity you use on the tail end, the less fossil fuels have to be burned to create that, to generate that electricity. So one way, and I'm encouraging all of you to wear your sweaters or jackets indoors, turn your temperature down a couple degrees so that you're not, and you'll also be thanking me with your electric bill because it won't be as high. You won't have to pay as much. It depends on what part of my house Electric Paisley. I usually try to keep my bedroom between 65 and 72. That's probably about it. So you have heat pumps that are efficient? Oh, Ticken. I would say one thing 810 is you have to keep working on your body, or I need to keep working on my body to stay attractive. If you want to be attracted, you need to be attractive. And yes, that's a good point. Good advice, Roboskills. And then I would say the other thing is to, regardless of how you feel, give each other a back rub. 5 to 10 minute back rub. Touch is very, very important. Just setting aside 10 minutes to give your partner a back rub. Touch them. That's a very important thing. Every day. Oh, well, some kind of massage, Roboskills, some kind of massage. That's true, Electric Paisley. Very good point. Oh, okay, Gunther. Actually, by the way, you're wrong with cold. If you have the temperature too hot, your brain does not function as well as when you actually keep it a little bit on the cool side. So there's a prime temperature, but you have to, I mean, yes, you don't want it to be too cold, and I'm not suggesting that it be too cold, but they've done some studies, and your brain actually functions better if the room temperature is actually on a little bit of the cooler side than some people have thought. Yeah, Planet Fitness says they even say you sleep better with a little bit, but the bedroom being cooler. Warm temperatures make you lazy. I've read studies that say yeah, and cold is actually good for your metabolism too, because your body is actually, if you are good about keeping your intake the same. You want to eat more, but if you didn't eat more, your body would still be burning more in order to stay warmer. I guess we have to define what we say by cold and hot too, but because many people think it is relative. When I say turn your temperature down, the ideal temperature is 72 degrees. They say that's the ideal temperature, and they actually call it something like zero temperature, or it's like the comfort zone, the dead zone, they call it, because it's if you reach 72 degrees and it's supposed to be ideal for humans. So I would say for people to feel comfortable, Juan, what's my favorite snack when I have the munchies? French's fried onion rings, the kind that you put on top of green bean casserole. $32 in Wairika, wow. %, humidity, 77 degrees in Zanzibar, Tanzania, but it's 94% humidity. Oh man. Not usually Planet Fitness. I don't know, I don't think so, Roboskills. Wow, you're cold, Dr. Meow.
I'm just getting her food ready. The cat food. I'll be right there.
Okay.
Thanks for filming.
Oh, how do people have that? Yeah. Sorry. $45 degrees outside there. That's about the same temperature as it is here. Yeah, David will heat up the cat's food a little bit. Just David? Are you attracted to other men? Oh. Racketeering verdict might force Orange County's Mongols Motorcycle Club to lose their logo. You love aviation. There's a game I used to play on the Xbox 360. It was all an aviation game. A cat food pan. Oh, I have a little. We serve her on a saucer. How's the weather where I am? All right, I'll join in the weather thing. Just David. He says, well, this chatter says he's attracted to women, but also David. I think it's about 40. My guess is it's about 45 degrees Fahrenheit here. Let's see. Everybody wants to know their temperature. There you go. That's close enough, John Uncaged. $50 in Stanwood. Nice. All right. And now I'll go to weather.com. MyWeather.com. Oh, taking that was hilarious. Wow. Check this out. Once the 4th largest lake in the world, it's now nearly gone. Without this huge body of water, the winters in the area are colder and summers are hotter. Let's see more on this Weather Channel story.
This was once the 4th largest lake in the world. It's the Aral Sea on the border between Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan. Now, as you can see in these NASA images, it's all but gone. Decades of draining for nearby irrigation have caused the massive body of water to slowly vanish. It got so polluted with fertilizer and pesticides that blowing dust from the lake bed became a public health hazard. And as the lake disappeared, so did the fisheries and communities that depended on it. In 2005, Kazakhstan built a dam to try to refill it, but it's doubtful it can ever be fully restored. And now, without the huge body of water to moderate things, winters in the area are colder and the summers hotter and drier.
Okay. That was an interesting story. I like that.
This was once the 4th largest lake.
Sorry, I didn't mean to do that to you. Okay. Yeah, Borat drained it. This place needs a seawater pipeline. 51 degrees right now. High wind watch, though. From... Oh, tomorrow morning is a high wind watch. And gales. Gale warning. So tomorrow, if we lose power and can't do a show, I'm sorry. I was looking at the Beaufort scale of wind.
Yeah, it's such a pretty little scene. I love the way these lights have ambient light, not like LEDs.
Yeah.
They are LEDs, you know?
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
It's reflective on the other bulbs.
So we are going to have some gale force winds tomorrow.
Oh, really?
After 10 p.m. I think. Wait, let me look.
Tomorrow night?
Yeah, tomorrow night until, wait, it says until 10 p.m. tomorrow, but they say high wind watch tomorrow from 10 a.m. till 7 p.m. And then gale warning until 10 p.m. So I think from 7 to 10 is the gales.
Have to watch out for falling trees for sure.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, scary. It's really scary driving when you're in a wind like that. Dave, you want a Pizzelle press for Christmas. Sarah, tell Dave you want a... Oh, what's a Pizzelle press? Huh. No snow where we are, Juan. We're getting very warm temperatures. This is an upturned Antarctica iceberg. Isn't this a beautiful picture behind me? They saw an upturned iceberg that had completely flipped. And someone took a picture of this. It's pretty beautiful, actually. I don't think I've ever seen anything more pretty. Blue. Representing the cold.
Oh, yeah, that's what they were using today.
Where?
A Pizzelle press. I'll show you what a Pizzelle is.
Really?
Yeah, my friend made them.
It's
They make these... Oh, sorry.
Oh, it's okay. It's just my knee.
You.
It's no big deal. Yeah, so your friend made what?
Pizzelles.
What are Pizzelles? Oh, she's going to show me a Pizzelle. Wow. This is the newest thing, huh? Wow, Italian cookies. Oh yeah, that's what I need is more carbohydrates so I could get fat. Fungus among us, huh? Makes you bald. Really? Where'd you hear that, Gunter?
No.
Oh my gosh, they look like little mini waffles. I've seen these. They're beautiful.
Oops.
Smells good too.
Yeah,
Smells like a real sweet pastry. Enjoy. You go enjoy your dessert.
No, I'll save these for tomorrow because I've already had some cookies.
Okay, sounds good. Limit your excessive carbohydrate intake to just treats, not treatments. It's a great idea for a president if, you know, a guy wants to go to that distance. I think I'd rather have a windmill myself for $76. She's okay, yeah, she's fine. That's a birthmark. Yep. She's had that ever since I met her. Nothing. Yeah. Restoring the Ancient Caledonian Forest, Alan Watson Featherstone. Oh, yeah. That's a TED talk. Okay, I guess. We'll watch that tonight. Yep. I do want to see, you know, they're failing at pulling plastic waste out of the ocean. The Boyan Slate guy, it's a no-win. They're not doing it right. When they boom the ocean and you know, hurtle the plastic waste into one location, they create booms, and the booms have been failing. So now the Boyan Slat $2 million seed money is being used to try to figure it out and wonder how they're going to make it work. It's going to be trial and error, but when you're dealing with a boom of that length, it can plastic accumulates quickly, and they're not digesting it. They're not pulling it in. And I would recommend like a boom that has the ability to say there's plastic waste in the water and the boom is bringing it in. I would say that it has to have a rotary system in it with like a turnstile, like a corkscrew turnstile that's constantly turning. And then as it's turning, it's also bringing the plastic waste down the line. But another option is to actually melt it down right there in the ocean and put it into vats with oxygen in the vats so that it can float. You see, once you get the plastic waste, then it becomes very, it can easily move in other directions. It's amorphous. And what's been happening is as the hooks underneath grab the plastic waste, they have to be traveling at a certain speed in one direction this way in order to actually catch the plastic waste and keep it in there. So they're having a problem with logistics. Welcome back. He hasn't been gone very long. Scissor Fight took a day off. Yeah, a couple days off. We all deserve a vacation. But I'm bored with the scene now. I'm going to go back to scene 1. Okay. We are back in the digital zone for Technology Thursday. That would be a nice gift, though, a little press. But then you got something you got to, hold on to in the kitchen, and then you have another thing to stick in a cupboard. I've got waffle makers. I've got Snack Masters from 1975. I really don't want to stick a waffle maker, another one in there. Weather headlines. Where you're more likely to catch the flu. Oh. It's not even a story. What's happening there? Okay, a word of warning for all of you. Everybody, your risk of a heart attack is greatest at the specific time on Christmas Eve, according to a study. Wow.
The more quickly you're able to open up the blocked vessel that's compromising the heart muscle, the better you're going to do. And now that we're able to open up that vessel more than 95% of the time, and as we become more and more experienced with this procedure, the better the outcomes are going to be. It shows that coronary disease is no longer that lethal outcome or lethal diagnosis that it used to be 20 or 30 years ago. Coronary disease is now a chronic disease, and as we see more obesity, more diabetes across the world, we're going to see more and more cardiovascular disease.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for sharing. Well, that was meaningful, really nice to know. So when exactly is the hour? 10 p.m. Thank you. Wow. Okay, so could you just shut up with a bell, please? Thank you. Geez, this cow, they hate that bell. It's torture to them. Anyway, 10 p.m. That's the time you need to be in your bed, relaxing on your memory foam mattress, not getting into an argument with your family after you're trying to digest a 3,000 calorie meal. And you wouldn't want to be like, famous people that were doing drugs on top of it. Yeah. So 10 p.m. is the warning time. You need to be calm in bed. Yeah, right around that time period. Okay, Elizabeth Warren, I'll take a look at Electric Paisley. Has a plan to save capitalism? Well, Elizabeth Warren has to justify why she received affirmative action money when she wasn't a Cherokee Indian. I'm surprised Trump hasn't filed a lawsuit against her. I would have. I guess he's a little sidetracked right now. She hasn't proven to be Native American.
Doug Rowe.
So that's going to be a kind of a problem. But if she's got a way to save capitalism, has she read our book, Hybrid Capitalism? Is that how she's going to do it?
What's up?
Okay, so if that is a tree...
Hey, sorry to interrupt this. I don't really feature Elizabeth Warren here. And I don't really understand her program because it's the Accountable Capitalism Act. It would redistribute trillions of dollars from rich executives and shareholders to the middle class. Again, as long as she's got her sticky fingers in it, I don't trust it. She's already absconded with funds for affirmative action money. She'd probably be skimming off the top of her plan. So no, I don't think Elizabeth Warren has a good plan for capitalism. Thank you. Wow. Sneaky, snaky Democrats looking for all the money they can get. I want to show you the campfire situation. We saw this the other day. I was shocked. I'll play it again. It's the unbelievable destruction of the trees. Check this out. And I don't believe just 88 people died in Camp Fire.
That burned. Where's the tree? Where's the stump? What? Look, where? How? How, John? None of the other trees look like that. Look.
Look at that.
Where's the tree?
Where's the tree?
Where's the tree? Look how deep that is.
Yeah, look at that.
Can you explain that?
I can't
There's
explain
more.
it.
There's another one.
Microwaves.
Back there. Look at this one.
Hey, guys, can I just explain it for you? It's directed energy weapons. That's what it is. Right. Yeah, I almost feel like I need the directed energy weapon button on a hot link. Because whenever I go to get it, I spend at least 5 minutes trying to find it. So I'm going to have to make a note of that. Note to self, get the directed energy weapon on the fast track. Yeah. So these directed energy weapons, combined with chemtrails, have the ability to actually create anything short of a disaster like this. So let's take a look more at the video.
See, what is that?
See, the chemtrails drop barium and aluminum on the skies, which act as an accelerant. Dave, would you accept a malcap? No. No, I won't. I'm not a communist, Bengalitis.
Look how big this thing is.
I'm a centrist.
Oh.
Yeah, we have to look at this is what the directed energy weapons are doing. And yeah, we need to talk about chemtrails too.
There's one right there.
Can you explain that?
Jump back over.
You will be destroyed, if not by fire,
Now that's
flood,
a burnt
then
stump.
insurance companies, taxes, government
That's a burnt
regulators, and
stump.
spies.
What's that?
Hi, everybody.
Hi, Never Lose Truth is on. Yeah, I'll play her later. But look at this burning of the trees.
Nice home, probably. Look at that.
Yeah.
Nice. Look at the plants are perfect. Look, the plants and the bushes, untouched.
Untouched.
Mailbox untouched. Look at that. The grass is burnt green, all, but
Unbelievable.
everything's
Wow.
scorched. I am. Look at that. Oi.
Hooey. Can you believe that? I mean, I'm having a hard time understanding how this fire could have happened that would burn a tree right down to the roots. Any ideas here? Any explanations? Putting a plastic roof on may not protect you against direct energy weapons. You might want to try Mylar. Yeah. There you go. A reflective surface. It'll bounce right back and it'll burn their vehicle as they fly over your head. Well, I don't want to freak you out because if Christmas this year is about thinking about burning to death from a directed energy weapon, join the pack. I mean, we've been talking about this ever since Tesla was alive, and I wasn't alive then. Hey, hi, Jackson. Jackson's high. We're all high. Welcome to the show. Yeah, they've talked about death rays since the early days of Tesla. That was the original name of the death ray. So this is sci-fi that's getting more and more real. Back then they knew that they didn't have it on their hands, but now it's becoming more and more possible. And the Swiss blocking the sun for Harvard University coal fly ash dumps continue. No kidding. Wow, we got more views Mike Decker's got of the ash drop.
GC still mixing that in.
Mixing it in.
Because, you know, they did announce they're going to block out the sun.
Oh, yeah. Ash drops.
Guess most, oh, yeah, that's thick sauce.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
There's the thick sauce.
That's what's happening. All right.
Yeah, because, yeah, that's black water vapor. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Back to a combo.
Okay, we got 9 minutes of that tonight.
Released moments ago, a new CNN poll shows a significant change in public sentiment towards the First Lady, Melania Trump, whose favorability stood at 54% back in October. Well, it's now slipped to 43%, a drop of 11 points in just 2 months. Additionally, 36% of those polled found her unfavorable, which is a rise of 6 points since October. We have White House reporter Kate Bennett here with me, back with S.E. Cupp and Dana Bash as well. These numbers are, something's going on. Why the drop?
Something is going on. The only thing that we can really think is that for a long time, Melania Trump sort of got to hide in the obscurity of being a very private person, and we didn't hear from her. And therefore, people sort of made their own narratives about her. Recently, she has been more aligned with the president. We heard her talk about her feelings on the Me Too movement, immigration, and certain other events that the president and the First Lady really feel simpatico with each other. And I think that in a way has brought her into the people who are on the fence, Democrats and women, mostly college-educated women that we've seen in this poll, have dropped off a bit. And certainly as it becomes more and more clear that she is very much like her husband in terms of her policy standpoint, perhaps this is why we're seeing such a large drop, because his numbers are still 40%.
Sure, hers
favorable.
are always better than his.
Always. So now she's only 3 points apart from him.
Yeah, that's significant. Release mo.
Totally significant. It is, totally. I agree. It is significant. Melania Trump's poll numbers have dropped considerably. And while the family is suffering from so many losses, Jared's looking at possibly a new job. Donald may turn to Jared Kushner as his chief of staff. Maybe they could walk out hand in hand with a nice little cufflinks, matching cufflinks. Because after all, Jared Kushner was the one man who reached out to the Kremlin to try to create an open channel that was secret so that he could talk about selling his 666 property, Fifth Avenue, the Kushner building. That was a clear violation of the Logan Act, yet no one's been prosecuted. It's kind of weird that he'd make him his chief of staff. I think he should be under investigation. I'm amazed Mueller has turned a blind eye to Jared, but the whole thing is just a little bit too close to home. I think Donald should get somebody completely remote from the situation. It would almost take away the entire limelight from Donald. Like me. I could be the chief of staff. You can imagine how that would play for the media. It's like, who is this guy? Well, he's a guy who's been running for president for 10 years, who hasn't had 1 second of media time, censored in every single mainstream media outlet, and he's been talking about great ideas that Donald has been borrowing left and right. That's who that guy is. But no, they won't choose an average American. They want somebody like a Goldman Sachs, inside man, somebody who will do their bidding. I see what you're saying. Trump's inauguration spending under criminal investigation, we went over that. I guess we got nothing else here. This is another night of terrible news. We'll have to go back to talking about science and technology. Yes. We talked about Donald Trump tweeting the smocking gun this past week. He is utilizing social media more than most people would ever imagine him. And his recent tweets today pretty much tried to reroute the whole thing and claim he didn't really know what Michael Cohen was saying. Yeah, and he didn't really think Michael Cohen knew what he's doing either. So I think Michael Cohen is guilty of not being a good lawyer, and Donald Trump is guiltless. All he innocently did was wanted to hush this woman up who wanted to claim that they had sex. And if they did, yeah. So that's how Donald sees it. From his perspective, it really does make kind of sense. I was just trying to stop her from talking about the fact that I had a one-night stand with her, which I didn't necessarily say is a fact. It's all fake news. It's all Russian hoax. Trump is the most corrupt president ever. Boy, you said a mouthful there, Eric. Right on, man. So somebody did a Photoshop of Bernie as Mike Pence. I don't know who, but it was total gold, so I, of course, had to turn it into a video. Okay. Let's take a look. Okay. Okay.
No, but in the house.
And we don't
you
have
could
it.
bring it up right now.
Yeah, but I
today.
can't, excuse me, but I can't get it passed in the House if it's not going to pass in the.
You have the White House,
gonna go.
you have the Senate, you have the House of Representatives, you have the votes. You should pass it
No, we
right
don't have
now.
the votes, Nancy, because in the Senate, we need 60 votes.
No, but in the House.
And we don't
you
have
could
it.
bring it up right now.
Yeah, but I
today.
can't, excuse me, but I.
That's that movie about the guy who was caught in a voodoo experiment where he you know, they have a drug that makes you die for a few hours and then you come back to life. It's the Bernie thing, yeah. Yes, Trump is a robber baron. He is. His whole family, obviously, his father being a slumlord, Jared Kushner being a slumlord. I mean, I definitely agree with you on that, Eric, for sure. Dave, new Kimmy video? Jackson, really? His GoPro. Okay, thanks. Jackson's got a video of his chemicals above his house in Wisconsin. Let's take a look at that.
Hey David, what's up? Beautiful day here in Milwaukee. Oh, I take that back, David. Look what they're doing to us. They're trying to block the sun out, David.
Wow.
I busted them. This was all clear when I got here.
Oh man.
This is all man.
That's excessive.
Probably a nice cocktail of lithium, barium, aluminum. Let's throw some magnesium in there. A few different types of isotypes, you know, speed up our demise here. But it's very obvious, David. That is an attempt to block the sun. There's the sun right there. And I just saw him heading.
Wow, you got a lot of them out there. Jeez, that is
I
excessive.
can't keep up with these idiots. But
Wow.
Dave, that's what it's looking like. Another happy Chemtrail Thursday to you, and we will talk soon. Hey
Chemtrail
guys,
Thursday,
I'm back.
man.
This is like 30 minutes later
Wow,
from my previous video. Look at how frickin'
it's amazing.
hazy it is.
It happens
I
so
can't even look at
fast,
the sun
too.
with my eyes.
Yeah,
It's like reflecting off a mirror. It's
and we're breathing this.
crazy.
We're all breathing this stuff.
But they sprayed the piss out of us. Now
Unbelievable.
we got this beautiful haze over us. Maybe I'll go home and tan. Not too bad for December 13th. About 40 some degrees out. Alright, I gotta go. Hey, that's my final video. This is what the chemtrails turned into, David. You see this fluttery...
Yeah, like clouds, like matted clouds.
Clouds?
Yeah.
But they blanketed our whole area with that shit today. Unfrickin' believable. How come nobody gives a fuck about this? That's what gets me.
I know.
You
Me
dumb
too.
fucking assholes, wake the fuck up.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. Thank you very much. Right on, Jackson. You heard him, everybody. Wake the F up. I know. I see the planes do it in front of my house, too. We're all bummed out about this whole thing. Wake the fook up. I've never said the F word on camera. I've said it in personal life, of course. You know, who hasn't? Hey, look at this. Wow. Indispensable data storage in the cloud on ARM quad core 1.4 gigahertz, 2 key features. Okay. With 3 disks, you can build a secure RAID 5 array, provide optimal storage capacity and protection against one disk failing. Cloud storage has never been easier with this home unit. Hybrid backup sync system. Fantastic, only $169. You know, I'd rather just get a 7 terabyte hard drive. It makes more sense. You know, why set up a rack server, you know? They've got 8 terabytes right now, I think. Yeah, we really need to focus on chemtrails every night. That's so. You said over at iVlog, you're not going to bring up chemtrails. Hello, wake the chemtrail up. Good night, Juan. Thanks for coming in and being our special person. Your nasal problem is probably a result of chemtrails. The rising number of childhood asthma cases. What, 10 years ago, is 1 in 80 kids had asthma. Now it's 1 in 27, 28. And getting closer to like 1 in 15 in a few years. Yeah, and that's serious, life-threatening. Everybody knows how to, you know, get those nebulizers in their kids so that they don't, you know, have a breathing problem. But We shouldn't have to be doing this. They're purposely poisoning the atmosphere around our world that we're living in, and we're allowing this, and we have no power. It's amazing. The people that have the power shouldn't. Explain this, Nancy. How does someone with on $190,000 annual government salary accumulate a net worth of over $26 million? Yeah. I guess you need to explain that to the Democrats. It's unbelievable. And these people are nincompoops. Nancy Pelosi is the reason why people are having E. coli on their romaine lettuce. Remember when she diverted all the water from California to the Delta smelt? They have to live off recycled toilet water to water the vegetables. And you wonder why people have romaine lettuce E. coli contamination. Blame Nancy Pelosi for it. She's just causing this terrible problem with her stupidity. Why would Delta smelt have more importance than the American people and the people of California? I mean, hello? There's chemtrails, death meters, pinpoint dew weapons, New World Order, 1.5 billion viewers. Trump steals ideas for the very chat, and you're an idiot. Exactly. Thank you. You're stupid. Wake up, dude. Everything you just said is true. You just can't accept it. You're having a problem with acceptance. It's a normal reaction. Truth is a very difficult, funky thing. When you get it, you deny you have it. And then when you see you get it again, you deny you have it. Truth is a many splendored thing. It's getting kind of warm in here. Oh, I'm sorry. So I hope I don't get ignite at any time and get burned up in my house. Gosh, you don't know. You wonder. You know, are the radiation waves coming your way? Well, the Dave wave is here, and I'm here to talk about it. So if we don't have any power, we won't be able to stop these people. I would love to be able to save the country by 2020, Willie, but at this point, I can't get even 1 second of mainstream media attention. So, and Mark gets paid heavily to keep some of our supporters from getting in here. We got to see you over in spillover networks. You can always get our Twitter feed at Third Party. Sends you to our main site over at Periscope. We will talk to you at Periscope. Well, I'm not here to make you frightened of anything. I want you to relax, you know. Experiencing the Dave Cool effect. You know, there's no reason to get all freaked out, you know. That's why I play music in the show and, you know, relax people and get everybody in a calming, special moment. Yeah, I don't really want to freak out about things either. I just want to enjoy my life just like you do. Who wants to freak out about directed energy weapons? You know, it's just like, just relax. If you burn to death in an instantaneous moment, oh well, you know, it was a nice ride. They want us to be kind of, you know, okay with the idea of just being like the cow I showed you earlier. Moo. That's where they want us. And right now, we're pretty much where they want us to be. Brain dead, unaware, and unorganized. Dave, why do you keep talking about chemtrails? I don't know. Why is this deer attacking this hunter? Kicking his ass. Put the gun down and have some of this, buddy. Not so brave now, are you, huh? Yeah. Try shooting me again there, buddy boy. That guy's getting a serious whomping, man. Look at that. Holy crap. That deer is kicking his ass. Check for more. Look at that. He came right after him. Exactly. Go after that. You know, in my area, there are people with guns, and they like their guns. I go to this Ace Hardware down where, where I live, and people talk about all the deers they kill. And I overheard a couple of saying, yeah, if you go over there by the nursing home, you can catch them real easy. They live back in the woods there. I plugged a couple of them, brought them home, and fed them to my dogs. It's like, I can't imagine anyone just killing deer to feed them to your dogs. Well, they got to eat something, buddy. Well, then why do you have so many dogs? Get dog food. Stop resisting. You know, in the evening, we have a host of things we play during our show. And it makes life go a little bit faster. But I've got some real interesting meme here that'll freak you out. Okay, this is the state of our injustice system. On the left is Jacob, and he was indicted 4 times for sexual assault. And he'll pay a $400 fine and not register as a sex offender. On the right is Centoya. She's a child trafficking victim who fought an attacker, and she will serve life in prison without parole. Yet they call this justice. Now, this woman killed her assailant, and because she was 17, they gave her a treatment like an adult. And like I said, she'll be facing 50 years. And he'll pay a $400 fine and not register as a sex offender after indicted for 4 times sexual assaults on women. This is an upside down justice system. Our judges are probably not even vetted to see if they're even capable. They're probably a bunch of alcoholics sitting there going, okay, I got a couple of the things on the book today. You know, they're probably messed up in the head. Many of them are probably drug addicts, our judges. Okay, she shot the guy in the back of the head after they had sex when he raped her while he was sleeping. I don't know, maybe she felt trapped and lost and unable to get out of there after being raped. And maybe she had access to a weapon that he had used against her. I mean, I don't know the whole story, okay? It just seems a little unfair. "4K UHD, Dear Family, Sad Secret." I can't play, no. I can't play a death of a deer family. Yeah, I'm sorry. And I get pictures of deer in my area all the time. Migrant Caravan.
Right now, new demand.
Whoa. Migrant Caravan makes demands, so we finally are hearing from the Migrant Caravan. About time. Sounds like your boss, huh? Dave, my friend, deer hunts. Deer jerky's pretty dang good. Well, if you're living on that meat and you can't afford beef, it's what's for dinner. And I guess venison is what's for dinner. But always remember that the taste of deer meat is akin to the taste of human meat. That's what a serial killer told me one time. Yeah.
From a faction of the Migrant Caravan. The splinter group wants Mexican authorities to reopen the Benito Juarez Stadium. This 2 days after another faction demanded entrance into the U.S. or $50,000 to return home. All of this, according to 10 News reporter Cassie Carlisle, drying up American sympathy.
Yeah.
A group of about 500 self-proclaimed migrants made new demands, including reopening their former shelter in TJ.
Oh, no, wait a second. Okay, I'm going to play this from the top. They want $50,000 each to go back home. Yeah, how about they just F off? Exactly. Can you believe this? Now, if Bernie was involved, we would definitely get them the money, and we would be saying, I'm sorry for what I've done.
Faction of the Migrant Caravan. The Splinter Group wants Mexican authorities to reopen the Benito Juarez Stadium. This 2 days after another faction demanded entrance into the U.S. or $50,000 to return home. All of this, according to 10 News reporter Cassie Carlisle, drying up American sympathy.
A group of about 500 self-proclaimed migrants made new demands, including reopening their former shelter in TJ. She says, we're hoping for more bathrooms so we don't have to urinate in public. Several clashes amid...
Okay, now wait a second. That's a serious demand that I don't think is a problem at all. I mean, come on. Get them some toilets. That's a totally normal demand. That we can do. 50,000 apiece? I don't think so.
Man calling an activist an infiltrator, and these two men yelling at all of them to leave. 2 days before, a different group of about 100 demanded access to the U.S. or $50,000 per migrant for travel back to their home country. This week, a stark difference from months prior, revealing the caravan is splintering, and some Americans are starting to change their position.
What a joke. What gives them the right to blackmail our country, our president, to give them $50,000? Are you kidding me? Who does that? Criminals?
Agnes Gibney walked their path, escaping Hungary with her family when she was 2 and coming to the U.S. through her father's green card.
My heart goes out to them, but this is not how you do it, because if you do have a legitimate refugee issue, you go to the port of entry, you go to the embassy in your state, in your country.
In 2002, her son was shot and killed by an undocumented immigrant.
Was going to shoot my son's friend in the back because they got into fights and he wanted to get even.
While the man is in ICE custody and she says the bullet wasn't meant for her son, she says nothing can take the pain away.
My world just collapsed.
Saying migrants must be vetted before walking through America's front door. In TJ, a compromise. A humanitarian offering this warehouse as a temporary shelter for the migrants living nearby. Cassie Carlisle, 10 News.
Now tomorrow, Families Against Illegal Immigration will hold a press conference at the San Ysidro Port of Entry. That will be at 11:30. Right now...
Yeah. Yeah. Tucker Carlson, thank you. So that was a pretty good video describing the problem. Thank you. And it's not a distraction, actually, but it could be financed by B2 O'Rourke. Project Veritas showed that B2 O'Rourke was sending money to the caravan. That's interesting. I'm sure we could always second guess this whole thing. The fact is, Donald Trump didn't plan on anything.
Doug Rowe.
Okay, we've got a video coming up on Doug Rollins, right? NASA Goddard Space Center. Yeah, let's take a quick look at that. Yep, okay.
Roland is a heliophysicist at NASA who answered the phone when a citizen complained about sounding rockets releasing lithium into the atmosphere. The following excerpt from a recorded phone call is common sense evidence that chemtrails is an accepted term used by NASA scientists to describe deployment of chemicals into the atmosphere.
In these chemtrails, there's different kinds of chemtrails, as you probably know. Different trails at night we use and different trails during the day. No, it's been done in the 1970s. It's been done recently in the 1990s and 2000s. Yeah, it's very important we communicate what we're doing to the public. We're very interested in making sure everyone knows what we're doing. We're not, we're a civilian space agency dedicated to science and research and so on. So we're very, very keen to make sure that the taxpayers know what we're doing and everything.
So we heard Dr. Roll.
We have heard Dr. Roland before, and I played this on our show, and we've talked about this. I'm glad other people are talking about it too. I'll play this later tonight. Yeah, it seems pretty important that if a climate scientist explains how NASA uses chemtrails, we should listen. Yeah, and it's supposed to be common knowledge, so let's at least get some knowledge. What do you say, people? Come on, people, now. Cry on your brother, everybody get together, try to love one another right now. Anyway, so I think we've reached the bottom of the barrel on that one. And we've covered all the bases on that one too. Yeah. This news from last night I haven't touched on. 3 Clinton Foundation whistleblowers are going to testify about tax crimes, pay for play. So we could be seeing some real things happening. And if this story that just broke a few minutes ago about the Clinton operation bringing in people illegally on a boat that was intercepted in the harbor, if that truly is going on, this story could blow wide open. So tax whistleblowers on the Haitian money deals, and now human trafficking possible under the banner of the Clinton ship that they have called the Chelsea. That's a pretty serious allegation. Well, I think we could easily say the chemtrails are attacking us, and we're so stupid we're being dumbed down we can't even realize we're being sprayed on. You know, when the little insects are being sprayed on, they don't realize they're going to die. Have you ever taken a can of ant and roach killer and just sprayed it right on top of the heads of all the little insects? Oh yeah, they have no idea they're dying. That's kind of how this is. I'm not a sadist. That's a fake story from 2 years ago. Oh, really? The cargo ship? Okay, we just had confirmation from Scissorfight that the cargo ship story is not real. We should have known. Yeah. All right, so we're going to have to remove that statement from our show, and I humbly apologize to the Clinton family for mischaracterizing a cargo ship named Chelsea carrying humans on board. Thanks, Scissorfight, for keeping this show as straight as we can possibly be. Yeah, it takes experts like you to verify what's going on sometimes. There's so many things flying on the internet that you don't know what to believe half the time. I know, so much BS out there. Here's a fun fact. As many Americans have criminal records as college diplomas. That's kind of interesting, huh? Well, they learned in the School of Hard Knocks, I guess, one way or another, right? Either way, that means 2/3 of Americans are, in fact, institutionalized, whether in college or in the penitentiary. There you have it. That explains everything. You either got your education at the school or in the jail cell. Or in the jail cell. We don't necessarily want to use a black dialect there. That would be improper. I think our top story today really was a meditating monk died when he was eaten by a leopard. And the clincher here is he was meditating in a leopard sanctuary. So, moral of the story is don't meditate among animals that would eat you, I guess. I don't know. You know, why would someone go meditating in a place where animals are killing each other? Okay, we got Guns N' Roses Out to Get Me coming up tonight. Haven't heard that in a long time. If there was a way I could pull up every single top technology show tonight, I would. Oh, this story, I didn't get to this. Okay. Then I'll take a look at some new technologies. Kavanaugh joins the liberals to protect pro-Planned Parenthood ruling. Yeah, it's kind of strange that Kavanaugh would vote in favor of the liberals. The Supreme Court declined to review 3 cases relating to Republican efforts to defund Planned Parenthood at the state level Monday, or a vigorous dissent from Justice Clarence Thomas. He was trying to basically prevent that. So he wanted the Republicans to get their day in court. The dissent was significant because it indicates that Justice Brett Kavanaugh sided with the High Court's liberal wing to deny review of the lower court decision that favored the nation's largest abortion provider. So this is a win-win for Planned Parenthood, courtesy of Brett Kavanaugh. I think Brett Kavanaugh was probably confused because, you know, it was in between his drinks during the day. He usually gets a beer at a certain hour, and maybe he just didn't know what they were saying.
We drank beer. She had one beer at the party and had beers with, and having some beers with friends, or just to meet up and have some beers. Drinking beer, which I gladly do. I like beer.
You have to answer that.
I like beer. I don't know if you do.
Okay.
Do you like beer, Senator, or not? What do you like to drink?
Next one is
Senator, what do you like to
Judge,
drink?
have you...
In any event, we drank beer and still do. So whatever. I think you've probably had beers, Senator, and so.
So you're saying there's never been a case where you drank so much that you didn't remember what happened the night before or part of what happened?
You're asking about, blackout. I don't know.
You're asking about blackout. I don't know. So he doesn't remember his blackouts? Well, I guess if a person did have a blackout, they wouldn't remember if they had a blackout, right? I've never had a blackout, but... And I played this last night. This woman really, really would like to get out of a Thailand jail, and nobody seems to listen to her. She's a Russian mistress who says she knows all about Donald Trump's relations with Russian oligarchs. No one's going to break her out. She's still stuck in a Thailand jail. Here she is.
Американская пресса. Я вам очень многое не хотела рассказывать раньше. Но сейчас сложилась такая ситуация, что...
The video of the raid that led to Nastya Rybka arrest surfaced on the internet shortly after it took place.
Я готова вам рассказать все те недостающие пазлы, которые...
She's now taken to Instagram to claim she has inside knowledge of President Donald Trump's alleged connection to the Kremlin.
Вам не хватало, подтвердить их аудио, видео, касаемо связи наших уважаемых депутатов с Монопортом.
The video was apparently shot as she was driven in an open-air police van through the city of Pattaya.
Трампом и со всей этой шумихой выборы США. Я знаю очень много. Поэтому жду ваших предложений, жду вас в тайской тюрьме.
In exchange for help from U.S. intelligence, she offers the necessary information to whomever could get her out of the Thai prison. This was ever a case for Rambo. I don't know if ever there was. Rambo, are you watching? We have a serious mission for you, Rambo. Yeah, open air police vehicle. She needs to get out. You can imagine what's going on with her. I'm serious. We need to get Rambo over there. We need an action star, somebody who's not high on cocaine. Rambo 12. I'm just afraid if we find out that Donald Trump really did have a sex tape and it really was, pretty outrageous, whatever it is, and all this is true about him having extramarital affairs and colluding Russia to end sanctions, where does that leave us? He's such an amicable guy. I mean, how can you get really angry at him for just being greedy and wanting more money? You think he'll get off with the, I didn't know, my attorneys didn't tell me I'd done anything illegal. No updates on the envelopes that the elites received at H.W.'s Bush. Probably just saying, hey, we know who you are and we've got the goods on you, so you better watch it. Something like that. It was probably just threats. They're trying to keep everybody in line. We need Sponheim. Yes. Coming from the ashes, like a phoenix rising. Da, 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 da. It's the write-in David Sponheim forever plan. Huffington Post, Trump inauguration spending criminal investigation. Yeah, we got that, Nick. Hey, Nick, how you doing? Nicolas Cage, everybody. You're awesome, man. We love the fact that you love yourself so much that we love you. We love you loving yourself so much that we love you again.
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
The Wall Street Journal reported Thursday, citing sources, that prosecutors are looking whether President Trump's 2017 inaugural committee misspent some of the record $107 million it raised from donations. The Journal adds, the criminal probe by the Manhattan U.S. Attorney's Office, which is in its earliest stages, also is examining whether some of the committee's top donors gave money in exchange for access to the incoming Trump administration. The news comes just one day after Trump's former attorney Michael Cohen was sentenced to 3 years in prison for charges that included arranging hush money payments to 2 women who said they had affairs with Mr. Trump, tax evasion, making a false statement to a bank, and lying to Congress. Reacting to Cohen's sentencing, Trump tweeted in part, "I never directed Michael Cohen to break the law. He was a lawyer and he is supposed to know the law. It is called advice of counsel, and a lawyer has great liability if a mistake is made. That is why they get paid."
Yep. And Trump has a very good lawyer. I think Giuliani crafted that for him. It had Giuliani's footprint on it. Didn't that look like Giuliani wrote that for him? Because there were no misspellings, nothing about smacking, smoking gun. Yeah. I know. Trump made a fair point in that tweet, though. I totally agree. You know, even Democrats are saying, you know, if they can't get something bigger than this guy silencing 2 prostitutes, excuse me, Karen McDougal is not a prostitute, neither is Stormy Daniels. I take that back. 2 lovely women who had a little relationship with a guy and he paid him hush money. If he didn't know if it was illegal, without proper counsel, he can slip out of it. Yeah, and we know he's lying. We know he was part of it. Sure, we know that. But we need something bigger than this. The fact that Mueller hasn't come forth to say that firing James Comey was obstruction of justice is an example of the impotence of Robert Mueller's office and what they've done so far. Totally impotent. Without any balls. And he hasn't gone after the tax returns from 10 years. So that's an indication to me that Mueller is a joke. Remember, Robert Mueller signed off on the 9/11 attack commission report. He said it was perfectly normal. We know now that the 9/11 commission report was a complete cover-up. I think that there are possibilities that, decriminalization of prostitution is a big thing that could actually open up a safer world for that type of thing. I certainly don't want people to die of STDs and STIs from not getting checked up and passing the diseases on to Johns, and I don't want Johns ruining their lives because some prostitute got caught while they were there with their pants down. I mean, the whole thing is pathetic that men are cheating on their wives with prostitutes. What does that say about our society? Does he? Are you sure, Nick? Okay, let's take a look at Nick's link here. Former Apprentice staffer claims Trump was speed freak, invited teen beauty queen to his suite. Whoa. Okay, Nick, you're always got the best links. Nick Cage, everybody. Whether it's truly you or not, you certainly have some good links. Oh yeah, there you go. Noel Castor. I had this in our show tonight. I haven't seen it yet. The former staffer on The Apprentice, currently stand-up comic Noel Castor, claims that Donald Trump was a speed freak who snorted crushed up Adderall, and also says that the Trump invited teen beauty pageant contestants up to his suite. During a recent performance, Castor told the crowd that he worked on The Apprentice for 6 seasons, as well as the Trump's beauty pageants during the 1990s, and he made some brutal revelations. I worked on a bunch of those beauty pageants he had in the 90s too. That was a good idea. Miss Teen Universe, ? Yeah, that's like giving Jeffrey Dahmer a cooking show. He would line up the girls on the side of the stage and he would inspect them literally. He would stick his little freaking doll fingers in their mouth and look at their teeth. I'm not kidding. This is true. He would line them up like they were pieces of meat. He'd be like, you, and you. If you want to win, I'm in the penthouse suite. Come and see me. Yep. If Trump had a cooking show, they'd caught the douchebag diet. McDonald's, chocolate ice cream, and girls that look like Ivanka are all he ever eats. Wow. Castler then claimed that Trump is a speed freak and that Trump crushes up his Adderall and he sniffs it because he can't read. So he gets really nervous when he has to read the cue cards. Castler told the crowd, "I'm not kidding, this is true. I had a 24-page NDA non-disclosure agreement. I didn't know that he was becoming president, and now it's no way, dumbass. I'm telling you everything I know." Whoa. Okay, we're going to watch this in a little bit. Yeah, it's queued up. We'll do that at the top of the show. Or should we just do it now? Well, he may monetize it.
I work in live television.
Yeah, we pretty much got his testimony. I want to move on right now. Moving on down the highway. Well, that's a shocker. Boy, he's, the only other person that's come out saying that Trump is a coke addict, which I've never said. I just talked about a snorting problem. But the other person that said it was Carrie Fisher. And she, the former Princess Leia, she ended up dying within a month and a half after she said that. Remember that? Princess Leia, yeah. Well, I'm not here to, claim anything about the president. I have no idea. I've never seen him do that. It's just hearsay. But there was that time at the debates with Hillary when there was an obvious little thing going on. Well, it looked like he had postnasal drip. Now, I can't play more than that. Even though Scissorfight painstakingly pieced this link together, tediously, he had thousands of edits. You wouldn't believe it, the edits he did. And then he lost his account for playing it. I only played less than 9 seconds. But ironically, Vice claimed it was theirs. I had played it one other time in the show longer than 9 seconds. And Vice decided it was their property, and they put a monetary dispute on me. Isn't that funny? Even though you were the one that created it, Scissorfight. It's unbelievable. Vice, obviously working for the Illuminati. All right, this has been a very enlightening show so far. Just keeps going and going, man. So this is a TV or information. Yeah, it's a November 28th story. You're claiming is just not true. All right. This is the story that Clinton Foundation cargo ship raided at Port of Baltimore reveals 6 secret. Yeah. So you're saying it's just fake. Yeah. It looks like kind of a fake story. TVRTinfo.com. That looks like a Russian story, TVRT info. It looks to me like a Russian. Oh, really? Vice are the ones that turned against Sidethorn. Yeah, Sidethorn was the guy that was offering a standing $100,000 to anybody that presented information about the Sutherland church shooting. All he wanted was a copy of a death certificate or an autopsy result. And no one would come up with it. Instead, Sidethorn was arrested for possession of a weapon, even though he's on parole. He violated the parole agreement. He got 3 years. That's a serious thing that happened to Sidethorn. They shut him down, so Vice turned on him. Wow, that's amazing. Remember Lavoy Finicum? And how that story went south on Lavoy? And the people that were around him, a couple of YouTube stars were involved in that too. The death of Lavoy Finicum in Oregon. He was shot to death by Oregon State Police and FBI. Verify. Was Clinton Foundation cargo ship raided at the Port of
Breaking news, they tease. What's the big story being shared all over Twitter and Facebook tonight? This one, Clinton Foundation. Not. But before I even get into this story, I just want to show you how much traction it's getting on Twitter and Facebook. People are sharing it's true and then sharing it with their friends. So, big surprise here. Spoiler alert, I can verify that this story, whammo, false. Literally, if you take 5 seconds and do a Google search for Clinton Foundation Baltimore, like 5 articles come up from reputable sources saying that this is fake news. But allow me to indulge you beyond just a simple Google search here for a second. See the name of the boat there, the Chelsea? All right, first of all, that's fake. Second of all, there's no record that the Clinton Foundation owns a cargo ship, much less one that was shuttling undocumented Syrian refugees and other contraband aboard. Then the article claims that BPA Harbor Master Jake Cummings told the story to CNN. Yeah, no such person.
Okay, I'm convinced. Thank you. Yeah, we need to go after Pizzagate and the 136 people on the Clinton death count, the body count, you know? There's a smoking gun there. But making up a story, Sidethorn is facing 10 years, really? Oh man, I heard it was 3. Wow, that's serious. Weapons possession when he was... They just framed the hell out of that guy. Wow, poor guy. All because he tried to get the truth out of some of these fakers, crisis actors. Unbelievable. Yeah. The thing that got me today on Twitter was this, I keep repeating it, but this case where Ocasio-Cortez believes that there are people in the Democratic Party, I should say, that believe that she should be allowed to run for president even though she's 29. That they should change the law, our Constitution, so that she could run for president. I tweeted, after putting an illegal president as birther/birther #POTUS for 8 years and with total censorship of the American people, mainly me, the Democrats think they can overturn the Constitution with a 29-year-old leftist radical. Wow. It just blows my mind that they put Obama in without any proof that he had a birth certificate that was legitimate. And to this day got away with that. Now they won this election in the midterms thinking that they've got the mandate. And now they want to put some woman who has no experience in Congress as a presidential candidate 5 years before she qualifies. It's just unbelievable. You give an inch, they take a mile. Oh, they put his wife in a nut house too? Oh, that's too bad. Wow. This is really a sad story. The Sidethorn story really is a testimony to people trying to do the right thing and then getting totally burned. Kind of reminds me of the backyard brawl gang down in Arizona who are being harassed. This is a guy in Arizona who's trying to find proof of child trafficking over the border because he says the Border Patrol's not doing enough. He's a pastor, and he goes down to he is in charge of like a help center for homeless people. And he helps with their veterans checks and all this. They froze the veterans that he was working with. All the money they were getting was frozen. I mean, they did all kinds of horrible things to this guy, and he's still in there trying to find human trafficking and help provide, solutions to the real problem that many people are ignoring. Putin placed 7 super heavy bombers in Venezuela. Wow. So Putin has been camping out in Venezuela. The Russians have been down there. Goldman Sachs has been down there trying to buy up property. They're taking advantage of this war-torn country with a terrible food shortage. But users of social networks laugh at the overweight Russian pilots who arrived in Venezuela seemingly to participate in exercises. Oh, really? So they were overweight pilots. They sent all the Russian rejects over there. 100 Russian pilots and other personnel arrived in Caracas in 2 Soviet-made Tu-160 planes, and they took part in aircraft events, along with sending bombers down there. Well, good luck. At least somebody's helping them. Work is work. That's right. Those are porkers. They're not pilots. They're porkers. Oh, really? They said she was mentally ill because she talks about chemicals and chemtrails? Wow. You know, that's absurd. There's so much evidence to back up the existence of chemicals in our skies. And the lines across our skies are evident everywhere we go. Like we saw from tonight. We saw from Jackson. Yeah. He came in and showed us his video. He's upset, as we all are, about these constant sprays in our skies. Yeah, don't make a big deal about them if they pull you in on a 5150. Otherwise, they'll use that against you. Unbelievable. You can't even have freedom of thought in America. Wow.
Changed everything.
And now for the first opening statement by Senator John F. Kennedy.
The amount of money and posturing and makeup and hairspray that go into these debates.
Photographs of the candidates together on the stage.
Bit of a Roman orgy kind of feel on these kind of things. These are high stakes, high drama moments, but at heart, they are also an amazing spectacle.
It's debate night for the Republicans, and we're just moments away from the main event.
Social media has changed everything about presidential debates. Places like Facebook and Twitter now co-sponsor the debates. If they're a big campaign or a middle-sized campaign, they're not just sitting in a room saying, all right, you're going to get a question about the Islamic State and the Paris attack and the new tax proposal in Congress. But here's what we want you to say. And here's the sound bite that's the best way to say it. And we're going to match that with our social media strategy and have it ready to go out the door.
ISIS is using the internet better than we are using the internet, and it was our idea.
You're not going to be able to insult your way to the presidency. That's not going to happen.
You know, no one governs by soundbite. No one.
Yeah, I'm getting a little bit pissed off about that article. We featured this story last night. We had another lead from somebody, but thank you for that, Psycho Man. Yeah. And I'll get that in just a second, Nick. Chaff from a military plane likely caused mysterious blip in weather radar. We have evidence of a big blowout of metal chaff in Illinois. Now meteorologists may have discovered what caused a mysterious blip in the weather radar in Illinois and Kentucky earlier this week. This is a government operation. The leading theory for the cause was the chaff from an aircraft, a stream or cloud of radar jamming material, thin aluminum, that's used by military for reconnaissance. 2 military bases denied this ever happened. So they're in total denial, yet that's what points to the possibility. Instead of sending Trump to prison, let's design a large transparent cube. We'll lock him in the cube along with the items that frustrate him: umbrellas, rakes, chairs, toilet paper. Yeah, I can't imagine much more punishment than that. How about denied access to girls that look like Ivanka as one of his punishments? No, I want more women that look like Ivanka to be near me. Protesters besiege a Hungarian parliament, clash with police over slave law. Wow. Controversial labor law, dubbed the slave law, has sparked an angry public response in Hungary. Protesters have clashed with police outside the parliament as thousands staged a massive rally in Budapest. Thousands of people marched to the Hungarian capital in an attempt to discourage lawmakers from approving a controversial amendment to the labor law. It's acting like people like our slaves. Yeah. So when Ronald Reagan said, "Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall. That was just the beginning. Now it's Hungary, try to get the corruption out of your country. Yeah, apparently the corruption is sticky. You know, it sticks from generation to generation. It doesn't matter if it's Soviet. It could be corrupt leaders. Yeah. Yeah, that's a ticket. Yeah, that's a ticket.
Yeah, for medical things, I think the great role of it's like we said the legal thing before, that a good computer program could search through all relevant cases and find all references to Kerry versus Warren. But when it comes down to deciding what to do with all that information, it's kind of perilous to trust it to a computer. And the same thing here. Computer programs can be really good at searching through all relevant journal articles, more journal articles than any doctor could ever read, and finding the ones that might be relevant to this particular patient and keeping the doctor up to date on what's being published and stuff like that. But ultimately, at least at this point in time, ultimately it's the doctor's decision what to do. And I would rather trust the doctor than trust a computer that doesn't understand what it's talking about.
Okay, we have a story here. Yeah, John Cardell flaunts Kirby. Yeah, what? AI news killer robots. Constantly sidetracking me here. Yeah, very weird. Chat. Yeah, it's a campaign to stop killer robots. Founding member Richard Moyes said death and destruction could be a harrowing consequence of AI in the battlefield. Now, we got wind of a Japanese test that was done on AI systems a while back, and it's just hearsay at this point, but supposedly 29 people died in clashes with weaponized robots. I don't know. You don't know what you're finding when you go to the Daily Star. It's a lot of nudity, and I disapprove of that. Yes, sir. I'm trying to get down to the final. Yes, sir. Thank you. Okay, we got Noel Castor lined up there. Okay, good. All right, I think we're up to date now. Oh, now I get another link. This is what you do to me. Oh, this looks good. CIA declassified document reveals the truth about reality. You know, I've been wondering about reality. I think we should find out more. Yeah. So I'm going to learn about reality here, whether I'm in the Matrix or not. The Matrix explained. Law of attraction. Oh, good. Sarah was has considered something, but I won't repeat it again. Dave might ban me. Considered what? Sarah doesn't care when I play these videos of women that you think are sluts. I don't think she thinks they're sluts. The fact of the matter is, the women that I play are ethically clothed. I've never ever done anything, no nudity on this show. And she doesn't care. Yeah, because she knows that I'm not involved with the women. That's where you're confused, man. You've completely gone off the grid. You have no idea what you're doing. Yeah, men can look, but they don't touch. Yes, you have the right to look. That's right. You are confused. You seem to think every single woman out there is some sort of a slut. That's ridiculous. I have a lot of respect for women. Well, Sloopy, for one. She's 82 years old, and she looks fantastic in the video. Of course, the video was when she was, 20? But, you know. You're not my son? No, thank goodness. Yeah, I wouldn't want a child that treats women the way you do. Okay, we do have confirmation. Nick has come in here.
American mind, and
He represents American white trash.
Deplorable. And yeah, anyway, we got evidence right now that Trump sits on every chair as though it were a toilet. And I'm beginning to see what's going on. He holds his hands in an inverted pyramid style, too. Yes. And many people think that's some sort of an Illuminati hand signal. Yeah, he does have that, edge of the seat thing happening. Yes. There's another example. Oh, yes. Well, let's be clear. It's possible the inverted triangle and hand position is used to prop him up because maybe the guy's wearing a butt plug. You never know. Well, let's be clear. He does seem like he's got something stuck up there. Oh, and Side Thorn's mom updates everything. Okay, great. I'll take a look at that link. Thank you. Wow. They've been through hell, I'll tell you. These people are trying to get him help. He got hauled in. Yeah, it's pretty indicative of an endless inverted pyramid thing.
Deplorable and irredeemable. American white trash. Deplorable 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 trash.
So what you're looking at is a morphing of two very distinct video images, indicating that CGI was used to generate the image of Julian Assange, meaning Julian Assange is probably no longer living. He may never have been living for all we know. He might have been a CGI character all along. You don't know that. What gets you, Hydroglow says, what gets me about Trump is that he too, like the previous presidents, keep using Muslims as though they are a constant threat. It was only one group that really tried to do anything, and that they've been dealt with. Well, that's if you believe the standard belief on the 9/11 Commission take on the World Trade Center attack. I tend to believe something much more complicated. That we have a cabal of inside players that led to the 9/11 attack, and those people are still in power. But they've always blamed Muslims, and the CIA, that's their MO. They blame Muslims for everything. They even created a database they called Al-Qaeda. That was a database the CIA used of known thugs in the Muslim world. They were never an organization. Yet that was the impression that we were led to believe, that Osama bin Laden was in charge of Al-Qaeda, that they had put together a plan to take out our World Trade Center attacks. There's no evidence to support that at all. So you're saying the Trump pyramid is more like a urinal gesture, like point me to the toilet? Point me to the toilet. I think you're right. It's when they use divining rods to find water, they hold the divining rods like the inverted pyramid. So it's kind of like he's looking for a place to pee. Maybe that was the whole thing about the dossier too. Right. They constantly, you agree, Hydroglow agrees. Yeah, they constantly drum up this idea of the Muslim threat. Right. There are a lot of people Trump supporters who really believe that Muslims are to come to this country and rape their women, even though there's very few instances of that ever happening. I never did. No, the salad presentation was just the sound of something moving in the background. Yeah, you'll be debunking that for years to come. You should get a fartometer. They are available on eBay now. It'll measure the height and length of the actual sounds of flatulence. It's kind of like Simon and Garfunkel, except it's the sounds of flatulence, not the sounds of silence. Hello, darkness, my old friend. Hello, flatulence, you sound. It just sounds like a good thing to do, yeah. Hey, we're going to end the show now. But it's always nice to talk about things on a daily basis and share ideas among people who are politically active, which I think you guys are. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here. We'll get Sidethorn's mom's opinion of what's happening over there. I've got that in the lineup tonight. Got the Coal Ash from Mike Decker in the lineup tonight. Also in chemtrails. And Never Lose Truth, of course. That's in the lineup as well. Yeah, so we do know, taking from the whole day, that Trump, he admits to making the payment, or he doesn't deny it, but he says he didn't really get good information from Michael Cohen, and he's a liar. So Trump was in the room during the hush money discussions with the tabloid publisher. That much we do know. But Trump's still standing by a pretty strong legal argument that he just wasn't given good legal advice. Interesting. And again, they're going to have to come up with something better than that if they're going to start some sort of an impeachment trial. Otherwise, Trump's going to be probably running for re-election. So I would advise the Democrats to order Robert Mueller to do something, either crap or get off the pot there, buddy. We are seeing ATP bots in here, actually, Bengalitis. Ghost created some pretty interesting stuff. We've got expansion on the links so that nobody has to post all what they're writing about. It's done automatically. And he also has this cool feature that pulls RSS feeds off of top popular news channels. So that's happening too. Of course, everyone else is lying except for Donald, right? He's the one guy that's always telling the truth. I think we can assume that a man who's lied over 5,000 times in nearly 2 years is probably lying about a lot of stuff. Should I be logging the chat, Jay Sporton? I didn't see any death threats here. Are you getting death threats? Who is it that threatened you? Cal Worthington, are you attacking people? Okay, so you're not logging the chat. No, we're not. Okay, you're good. What do you mean, what did I say? I think you're overreacting. Okay, we're going to break to a guy who's got a voice you can barely even imagine. This guy's got a voice just as good as Freddie Mercury. We played a little of it in the early part of the show, but we're going to go to that right away. He is a fantastic phenom. He somehow managed to sound just like Freddie Mercury. He's not the new actor that plays him, which was probably using auto-tune or something to make that voice. This guy's got a natural gift, and we'll play it for you in just a bit. I'm having a hard time signing off here. Okay, we'll see you guys tomorrow night. All right, thanks. Freedom Friday is upon us at 5 p.m. We'll see you then. Take care.
Gonna make you feel good. Gonna make you feel good. Gonna make you mine. Gonna make you feel good. Gonna make you feel good. Gonna make you mine.
We deserve a better government, one that addresses the real concerns of its people. Now, it seems, so much news is fake, twisting what America stands for. Let's protect our gun rights against media manipulation. Let's get back to what really matters. Secure, safe schools, fencing, and security for our youth, and a clean environment for everyone. Join us nightly as we discuss America's most important concerns at America's Third Party.